Hello everyone. Welcome back to another scary story, your place where we uncover the darkest mysteries in a calming and reflective way. For the next hour, I want you to put on your earphones, put your phone face down, and close your eyes, relax, and let this story take you to a world full of chills and mystery. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. Now get comfortable and relax.
I've always been the kind of person who can't resist a mystery. You know the type. The one who pokes at the strange noise in the attic or opens the creaky door everyone says to leave shut. It's not that I don't believe in danger, it's just that I need to know. And that's exactly what got me into trouble at the Blackwood Hotel. The hotel was old, ancient even. Its walls were stained with time, and the air smelled like dust and forgotten memories. The receptionist, a gaunt man with hollow eyes, handed me a brass key and said, "Room 13, third floor, and whatever you do, don't look through the keyhole." I laughed. "What's in the next room? A monster?" His face didn't change. "Just don't." I should have listened. I really should have. But as I climbed the creaking stairs to my room, my curiosity burned like a fever. What could be so bad about a keyhole? It's just a hole in a door, right? Wrong. Room 13 was exactly what you'd expect from a place like this. Faded wallpaper, a sagging bed, and a single flickering bulb that buzzed like an angry insect. But the door caught my attention. It was heavy, made of dark wood, and in the center was a keyhole large enough to peer through. The room next door, room 14, was directly across from it. I dropped my bag and stared at the keyhole. The receptionist's warning echoed in my head. Don't look through it. But why? What was he hiding? My fingers twitched. I told myself I'd just take a quick peek. Just one. What harm could it do? I knelt down and pressed my eye to the keyhole. At first, I saw nothing. The room was dark, shrouded in shadows. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I noticed something. A figure. It was standing in the far corner, facing the wall. My breath hitched. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to bend in ways they shouldn't. Its skin was pale, almost glowing in the darkness. I jerked back, my heart pounding. What the hell was that? A mannequin? A trick of the light? I told myself it was nothing. Just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew better. Something was wrong. Very wrong. That night I tried to sleep, but the hotel was alive with sounds, creaks, groans, and the occasional distant wail that made my skin crawl. And then, just as I was drifting off, I heard it. A scraping sound. Slow, deliberate, like nails dragging across wood. It was coming from room 14. I sat up, my pulse racing. The sound stopped. Silence. And then, faintly, I heard something else. Breathing. Soft, rhythmic, and far too close. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from the other side of the door. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was all in my head. The figure, the scraping, the breathing. It was just my overactive imagination. Hotels like this are designed to creep people out, right? Old buildings settle, pipes rattle. It's normal. But as the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see that pale figure lurking in the shadows. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. By nightfall, I was a nervous wreck. I tried to distract myself. I turned on the TV, but the screen was nothing but static. I opened a book, but the words blurred together. My eyes kept drifting back to the keyhole. It seemed to call to me. A silent siren song I couldn't resist. "Just one more look," I whispered, "to prove it's nothing." I knelt down and peered through the keyhole. The figure was still there, but something was different. It had moved. It was no longer in the corner. Now it stood in the center of the room, still facing the wall. My stomach churned. How had it moved? I hadn't heard a sound. I pulled away, my hands trembling. This wasn't right. This wasn't normal. I needed to get out of here. But as I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, I froze. The scraping sound was back, louder this time, and the breathing. It was closer. I pressed my ear to the door. The breathing was coming from the other side. Slow, steady, and unmistakably human. My mind raced. Was someone in the hallway? Or was it coming from room 14? I couldn't take it anymore. I flung the door open, ready to confront whatever was out there. But the hallway was empty, silent. The only sound was the faint hum of the flickering bulb above me. I stepped back into my room and locked the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I needed to calm down. I needed to think. But as I turned around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The keyhole. It was bleeding. A thick black liquid oozed from the edges, dripping onto the floor. I stumbled back, my mind screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at the keyhole as the liquid pooled at my feet. And then, I heard it. A voice. Soft, raspy, and filled with malice. You shouldn't have looked. I didn't sleep again that night. How could I? The keyhole had stopped bleeding, but the stain remained a dark, sticky reminder of what I'd seen. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, some kind of sick joke played by the hotel staff. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever was in room 14, it wasn't human. The next day, I decided to investigate. I needed answers. I went to the front desk and asked the receptionist about room 14. His face went pale. That room hasn't been rented in years, he said, his voice trembling. Not since the incident. What incident? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. He hesitated, then leaned in close. The last guest who stayed in room 13. He died. They found him slumped against the door, his eyes gone, like they'd been ripped out. My stomach turned. What happened to him? The receptionist shook his head. No one knows, but there's a rumor. They say he looked through the keyhole. I felt like I was going to be sick. I thanked him and hurried back to my room, my mind racing. I needed to leave. Now. But as I packed my bag, I heard it again. The scraping. The breathing. And this time it was louder. I couldn't help myself. I had to look. Just one more time. I knelt down and pressed my eye to the keyhole. The figure was there, but it wasn't facing the wall anymore. It was facing me. Its face was a nightmare. Its skin was stretched too tight. Its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. And its eyes. Oh God, its eyes. They were gone. Just empty, black holes that seemed to stare right through me. Blood dripped from the sockets, running down its cheeks like tears. I screamed and fell back, scrambling away from the door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I had to get out of here. Now. I grabbed my bag and ran to the door, yanking on the handle. But it wouldn't budge. I twisted the lock, pulled again, but it was stuck. I was trapped. And then I heard it. A voice, soft and cold, coming from behind me. You shouldn't have looked. I spun around, my back pressed against the door. The room was empty, but the voice, it had been real. I was sure of it. Who's there? I shouted, my voice trembling. No answer, just silence. But the air felt heavier, colder, like the room itself was holding its breath. I glanced at the keyhole. It was still bleeding, the black liquid pooling on the floor. I couldn't stay here. I had to find a way out. I grabbed the chair from the desk and slammed it against the window. The glass shattered, but the bars outside held firm. I was trapped. My mind raced. There had to be another way. I couldn't just sit here and wait for whatever that thing was to come for me. I turned back to the door and tried the handle again, still locked. I pounded on it, screaming for help, but no one came. The hotel was empty. I was alone. And then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the keyhole. I didn't want to look. I really didn't. But I couldn't help myself. I knelt down and pressed my eye to the keyhole. The figure was there. But it wasn't in room 14 anymore. It was in my room. It stood just a few feet away, its head tilted to the side, its empty eye socket staring right at me. Its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, and it raised a hand, pointing at me. "You shouldn't have looked," it whispered. I screamed and fell back, scrambling away from the door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I had to get out of here. Now. I grabbed my bag and ran to the window, yanking on the bars, but they wouldn't budge. I was trapped. And then I heard it. A voice, soft and cold, coming from behind me. "You shouldn't have looked." I spun around, my back pressed against the window. The figure was there, standing in the center of the room. Its empty eye socket stared at me, and its grotesque smile widened. "You shouldn't have looked," it whispered again. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The figure took a step closer, its movements slow and deliberate. The air grew colder, and the room seemed to darken, as if the shadows themselves were closing in. "Please," I begged, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, don't." The figure tilted its head, as if considering my plea. And then it lunged. I screamed as its cold, bony fingers wrapped around my throat. I struggled, but it was too strong. Its face was inches from mine, its empty eye socket staring into my soul. I could feel its breath, cold and rancid against my skin. "You shouldn't have looked," it whispered one last time. And then, everything went black. The next morning, the hotel staff found room 13 empty. The bed was neatly made, the window was intact, and the door was locked from the inside. But the keyhole, it was bleeding. And now, dear listener, as you sit in the comfort of your own home, remember this story. Remember the warning. Because the next time you find yourself in an old empty hotel and you see a keyhole that seems to call to you, don't look, because if you do, you might just find yourself on the other side. And now, as the shadows grow long and the night grows cold, I leave you with this final thought. Somewhere, in a forgotten hotel, a new guest is checking into room 13. And as they kneel down to peer through the keyhole, they'll see a figure standing in the darkness, a figure with no eyes, a figure that used to be me. My name is Henry, and I was once a sailor, bold and reckless, with a heart that laughed at danger. But that was before I found myself on the island of the Black Lighthouse. The storm came out of nowhere. One moment the sea was calm, and the next the sky turned black as ink. Waves rose like mountains, crashing against my small boat, threatening to swallow it whole. I fought against the wind and rain, my hands raw from gripping the ropes, but the storm was too strong. That's when I saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance. A lighthouse. I steered my battered boat toward the light, my heart pounding with relief. The island was small and rocky, with no trees or signs of life. The lighthouse stood tall and grim, its black stone walls glistening in the rain. The beam of light swept across the sea, cutting through the darkness like a sword. I dragged myself onto the shore, my legs trembling with exhaustion. The lighthouse door was slightly ajar, creaking on its hinges. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the howling wind. No answer. Inside, the air was damp and cold. The walls were lined with shelves filled with strange objects, old books, jars of murky liquid, and odd trinkets that seemed to watch me as I passed. A spiral staircase led up to the light, but the keeper was nowhere to be seen. I found a small kitchen with a table and chairs. A pot of stew sat on the stove, still warm. Someone had been here recently, but where were they now? The storm raged outside, and I knew I couldn't leave until it passed. I decided to stay the night, though the silence of the lighthouse made my skin crawl. I climbed the stairs to the lantern room, where the great beam of light spun slowly, casting long shadows on the walls. That's when I noticed something strange. The light wasn't white, as it should have been. It was a deep, unnatural green, like the glow of rotting seaweed. And as I watched, I thought I saw shapes moving in the beam, shadows that didn't belong. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my tired eyes playing tricks. But deep down, I felt a growing unease. Something was wrong with this place. I returned to the kitchen and ate a bowl of stew, though it tasted bitter and strange. The wind howled outside, and the lighthouse groaned like a living thing. I tried to sleep, but every creak and whisper kept me awake. Then, just as I was drifting off, I heard it. A low, guttural sound, like the rumble of the sea. It came from outside, but it wasn't the storm. It was something else, something alive. I sat up, my heart racing. The sound grew louder, closer. I crept to the window and peered out into the darkness. The beam of light swept across the waves, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving beneath the surface, something huge and dark, with glowing eyes. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. The sound stopped, and the lighthouse fell silent once more. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, and it was watching me. The next morning, the storm had passed, but the sky remained gray and heavy. I searched the lighthouse again, hoping to find some clue about the missing keeper. In a small room at the top of the stairs, I found a desk covered in papers and books. One book caught my eye, a leather-bound journal with the name Elias engraved on the cover. I opened it and began to read. The entries were written in a shaky hand, as if the writer had been afraid. Elias wrote about strange noises in the night, about shadows that moved on their own, and about the green light that seemed to grow brighter with each passing day. "The light calls to them," he wrote. "They come from the depths, drawn to its glow. I tried to extinguish it, but it won't go out. It's alive somehow, and it's hungry." My hands trembled as I turned the pages. Elias described creatures, monsters from the sea, that climbed onto the island at night. He wrote about tentacles that slithered through the cracks in the walls, about eyes that glowed in the dark, and about a voice that whispered in his mind. "I can't leave," he wrote in the final entry. "The light won't let me. It wants me to stay. It wants me to feed it." The last page was stained with something dark and crusted. Blood. I closed the journal, my heart pounding. Elias was gone, but his words lingered in my mind. The light was alive. It was calling to something, and whatever it was coming. I decided to leave the island as soon as possible, but as I packed my things, I noticed something strange. The beam of light, which should have been dim in the daylight, was still glowing brightly, and it was still green. I climbed the stairs to the lantern room, determined to extinguish the light. But as I reached for the controls, I heard a sound. A soft, wet slithering, like something dragging itself across the floor. I turned slowly, my breath caught in my throat. A tentacle, thick and slimy, was creeping up the stairs toward me. Its surface was covered in suckers that pulsed with a sickening rhythm. I backed away, my mind screaming at me to run.
but the tentacle moved faster, wrapping itself around my ankle and pulling me toward the stairs. I grabbed the railing, my fingers slipping on the smooth wood. The tentacle tightened its grip, dragging me closer to the edge. I could see the creature now, a massive, shapeless thing with glowing eyes and a mouth full of jagged teeth. With a desperate cry, I kicked at the tentacle, my boot connecting with a sickening squelch. The creature let out a guttural roar, and the tentacle released me. I scrambled to my feet and ran down the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The lighthouse was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, and I was the bait. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I barricaded myself in the kitchen, using chairs and tables to block the doors and windows. The tentacle creature didn't return, but I could feel its presence, lurking just out of sight. As night fell, the green light grew brighter, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I tried to ignore it, but the light seemed to pulse with a life of its own, drawing my gaze no matter how hard I looked away. Then, as I sat huddled in the corner, I heard it. A voice, soft and whispery, like the sound of waves on the shore. "Henry," it called. "Henry." I froze, my blood turning to ice. The voice was coming from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in my mind. "You cannot escape," it said. "The light has chosen you. You will feed the depths." I covered my ears, but the voice only grew louder, more insistent. It spoke of ancient things, of a god that slept beneath the waves, waiting to rise again. It spoke of sacrifices, of souls consumed by the light. "You are not the first," the voice whispered, "and you will not be the last." I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a lantern and ran up the stairs, determined to destroy the light once and for all. But as I reached the lantern room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The beam of light wasn't just green anymore. It was alive, swirling with dark shapes that twisted and writhed like living shadows. And in the center of the beam, I saw a face, a monstrous, grinning face, with eyes that burned like embers. It was the sea god, and it was watching me. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. The face in the light grinned wider, its teeth sharp and jagged. "You see me now," the voice said, louder this time. "You cannot hide from the depths." I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the lantern room. The green light grew brighter, filling the room with an eerie glow. The shadows on the walls began to move, reaching out for me with clawed hands. I grabbed a metal rod from the floor and swung it at the light, hoping to shatter the lens. But the rod passed through the beam as if it were nothing, and the shadows only laughed, a cold, hollow sound that made my skin crawl. "Foolish mortal," the voice said. "The light cannot be destroyed. It is eternal, as am I." I backed away, my heart pounding. The shadows closed in, their claws scraping against the walls. I could feel the sea god's presence pressing down on me like a weight. Then, I remembered Elias's journal. He had tried to extinguish the light, but it wouldn't go out. What if the light wasn't the source of the power? What if it was just a beacon, a way for the sea god to find its prey? I looked around the room, searching for anything that could help me. My eyes fell on a small, rusty lever near the floor. It was labeled "Emergency Shutter." Without thinking, I pulled the lever. A heavy metal shutter began to close over the lens, blocking the green light. The shadows screamed, their forms dissolving into smoke. The sea god's face twisted in rage, its eyes burning brighter. "You cannot stop me," it roared. "The light will return, and you will be mine." The shutter closed with a loud clang, plunging the room into darkness. I collapsed to the floor, my body trembling with exhaustion. But as I lay there, I heard a sound, a soft, wet slithering, coming from the stairs. The tentacle creature was back. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing. The tentacle creature was blocking the door, its glowing eyes fixed on me. I had no weapons, no way to fight it, but I couldn't give up. Not yet. I grabbed the metal rod and swung it at the creature, aiming for its eyes. The rod connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature let out a guttural roar. It lashed out with its tentacles, smashing the walls and furniture to pieces. I dodged its attacks, my mind racing. I had to get out of the lantern room, but the creature was blocking the only exit. Then I noticed a small hatch in the ceiling, a maintenance access point. If I could reach it, I might be able to climb onto the roof and escape. I jumped onto a table and reached for the hatch, my fingers brushing against the latch. The creature's tentacles wrapped around my legs, pulling me back down. I kicked and struggled, but the creature was too strong. With a desperate cry, I swung the metal rod again, this time aiming for the creature's mouth. The rod struck one of its teeth, shattering it into pieces. The creature recoiled, its grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I climbed onto the table again and pulled open the hatch, scrambling through it just as the creature's tentacles slammed into the table, smashing it to pieces. I crawled onto the roof, the cold wind biting at my skin. The sea stretched out before me, dark and endless. The lighthouse beam was gone, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. I had to destroy the lighthouse. I climbed down the side of the lighthouse, my hand slipping on the wet stone. The tentacle creature was still inside, but I could hear it smashing through the walls, searching for me. I reached the base of the lighthouse and ran to my boat, which was still tied to the shore. But as I untied the rope, I noticed something in the water, a dark shape, moving beneath the surface. The sea god was rising. I jumped into the boat and started the engine, but it sputtered and died. I tried again, but the engine wouldn't start. The dark shape in the water grew larger, its glowing eyes breaking the surface. The sea god's face emerged, its grin wider than ever. "You cannot escape," it said, its voice echoing in my mind. "The light will return, and you will be mine." I grabbed an oar and rowed as hard as I could, but the sea god's tentacles rose from the water, wrapping around the boat and pulling it back toward the island. I looked up at the lighthouse, its black stone walls looming over me. The shutter on the lantern room began to open, and the green light returned, brighter than ever. The sea god laughed, its voice shaking the air. "The light is eternal," it said, "and so am I." As the boat was pulled under the waves, I saw the lighthouse beam sweep across the sea, calling to the creatures of the deep. And I knew I was not the first, and I would not be the last. The lighthouse still stands, its beam glowing brighter than ever. Sailors who pass by the island swear they hear a voice, whispering in the wind, and in the depths below, the sea god waits, its hunger growing with each passing day. The light calls to them, and they will come. I was driving home late that night, the kind of late where the world feels like it's holding its breath. The road stretched ahead of me, a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through a sea of trees. My headlights barely pierced the darkness, and the hum of my car's engine was the only sound keeping me company. I don't believe in ghost stories. Never have. I'm the kind of person who rolls their eyes at campfire tales and laughs off warnings. But that night was different. The radio had been playing softly in the background, some old pop song I didn't really care about. Then, out of nowhere, it crackled. Static hissed through the speakers, sharp and sudden, making me jump in my seat. I reached to turn it off, but before I could, a voice cut through the noise. It was a whisper, low and raspy, like dry leaves scraping against glass. "Don't look in your back seat." My hand froze on the dial. The voice was so clear, so real, that for a moment, I thought someone was in the car with me. My heart skipped a beat and I glanced in the rearview mirror before I could stop myself. The back seat was empty. I let out a shaky laugh, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. "Just some stupid prank," I muttered to myself. "Probably a radio station playing a Halloween joke or something."
but the road was too quiet, too empty, for it to feel like a joke. There were no other cars, no houses, no streetlights, just endless trees pressing in on either side. The kind of trees that seem to watch you as you pass. I turned the radio off, but the silence that followed was worse. It was heavy, suffocating, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I kept driving, gripping the steering wheel tighter than usual. My eyes kept darting to the rear-view mirror, even though I told myself not to. Every shadow in the back seat seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. Every creak of the car felt louder, more deliberate. Then the whisper came again. This time it wasn't from the radio. It was right behind me, so close I could feel the breath on my neck. "I see you." I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The car skidded to a stop, and I spun around, my flashlight in hand, ready to confront whatever, or whoever, was in the back seat. But there was nothing. The seat was empty, just like before. I shone the light around, my hands trembling, but there was no one there. No sign of anyone. Except the seat was warm. I stared at it, my mind racing. How could the seat be warm if no one was there? I reached out, hesitating, and touched the fabric. It was definitely warm, like someone had been sitting there just moments ago. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly turned back to the wheel, my hands shaking. I tried to start the car, but the engine wouldn't turn over. It just sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the middle of nowhere. That's when I heard it again. The whisper. This time, it was right beside my ear, so close I could feel the cold breath against my skin. "You shouldn't have looked." I screamed, throwing open the car door and stumbling out into the night. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers. I ran, not caring where I was going, just desperate to get away from that voice, from the warmth of the back seat, from the feeling that I was being watched. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I collapsed on the side of the road, gasping for air. My car was nowhere in sight, and the forest seemed to stretch on forever. That's when I saw the headlights. A police car pulled up, and an officer stepped out, shining a flashlight in my face. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked, his voice calm but concerned. I nodded, too shaken to speak. He helped me into the car and drove me back to where I'd left my vehicle. But when we got there, my car was empty. The driver's seat was still imprinted, like someone had just been sitting there. The officer frowned, looking around. "Are you sure you were alone?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I knew I hadn't been. The police officer drove me to the nearest town, a small, sleepy place that felt like it had been forgotten by time. He dropped me off at a diner, the only place still open at this hour, and told me to wait while he called for a tow truck. I sat in a corner booth, clutching a cup of coffee I didn't drink. My hands were still shaking, and every sound, the clink of dishes, the hum of the fluorescent lights, made me jump. The diner was nearly empty, just me and an old man at the counter who kept glancing at me like he knew something was wrong. The officer came back a while later, his face grim. "We couldn't find anything wrong with your car," he said. "It started right up. No signs of tampering or anything else." I stared at him, my stomach churning. But the seat, it was warm, and the voice. He held up a hand, cutting me off. "I'm not saying I don't believe you, but there's no evidence of anyone else being in the car. Maybe it was just your nerves. Driving alone at night can play tricks on your mind." I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't imagining things, but the words caught in my throat. What could I say? That a whispering voice had warned me not to look in my back seat? That something invisible had touched me, spoken to me? He'd think I was crazy. So I nodded, thanked him, and took the keys he handed me. The drive home was worse than before. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the creak of my car, felt like a warning. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thin, gray hand reaching for me again. But the back seat stayed empty. When I finally got home, I locked the door behind me and collapsed on the couch, exhausted but too wired to sleep. I kept replaying the night in my head, trying to make sense of it. The whisper, the warm seat, the voice in my ear. It all felt too real to be a trick of my imagination. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a text from my friend Jess. "Hey, you okay? You left the party early last night." I stared at the screen, my heart sinking. The party. I'd completely forgotten about it. I'd left around midnight, telling everyone I was tired and just wanted to go home. But I hadn't gone straight home. I'd taken the long way, the road through the woods. Why had I done that? I didn't have an answer. I texted Jess back, telling her I was fine, just tired. Then I got up and started pacing, trying to shake the unease that clung to me like a second skin. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper, so soft I almost thought I'd imagined it. "You can't escape me." I froze, my blood turning to ice. The voice wasn't coming from my phone or the TV. It was coming from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the air itself. I spun around, my heart pounding, but the room was empty. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice trembling. No answer, just silence. I grabbed my keys and bolted out the door, not caring that it was the middle of the night. I needed to get out of there, to be around people, to feel safe. I drove to Jess's house, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. She lived in an apartment downtown, and when I got there, I practically ran up the stairs and pounded on her door. She opened it, her eyes wide with surprise. "Hey, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't answer, just pushed past her and collapsed on her couch. She sat down beside me, her expression worried. "Talk to me," she said. So I did. I told her everything, the whisper on the radio, the warm seat, the voice in my ear. She listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with every word. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Then she said, "You need to stay here tonight. You're not going back to your place alone." I nodded, grateful for her offer. But even as I lay on her couch, wrapped in a blanket, I couldn't shake the feeling that the whispering man was still with me. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to the sound of Jess screaming. I bolted upright, my heart racing. Jess was standing in the middle of the room, her face white as a sheet. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice hoarse. She pointed at the window. There's someone out there." I got up and looked, my stomach twisting into knots. Outside, standing in the street, was a figure. It was too dark to make out any details, but I could see the outline of a man, tall and thin, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, and he was staring right at us. Jess grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What do we do?" I didn't know. My mind was racing, but I couldn't think straight. The figure didn't move, just stood there watching. Then slowly he raised a hand and pointed at me. "I see you," a voice whispered, so soft it was almost inaudible. Jess didn't hear it, but I did. It was the same voice from the car, from my house, the whispering man. I grabbed Jess's hand and pulled her away from the window. "We need to call the police," I said, my voice shaking. But even as I said it, I knew it wouldn't help. The police couldn't stop him. He wasn't human. He was something else. The police came quickly after Jess called them, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon. But by the time they arrived, the figure was gone. Jess and I stood on the sidewalk, wrapped in blankets the officers had given us while they searched the area. They found nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. One of the officers, a woman with kind eyes, turned to me. "Are you sure you saw someone?" Sometimes when we're scared, our minds can play tricks on us. I wanted to scream, to tell her I wasn't imagining things, but I bit my tongue. What could I say? That a whispering, shadowy figure had been stalking me? That he'd spoken to me, touched me, followed me here? Jess spoke up before I could. We both saw him. He was standing right there, pointing at us. The officer nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe us. She handed me her card and told us to call if we saw anything else, then left with her partner. Jess and I went back inside, but neither of us could sleep. We sat on the couch, the TV on low, trying to distract ourselves. But every creak of the building, every rustle of the wind outside, made us jump. "What do we do?" Jess asked, her voice small. I didn't have an answer. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, one I couldn't wake up from. The next morning, I decided to do something I should have done from the beginning: research. If the Whispering Man was real, if he'd been haunting this area, maybe someone else had encountered him too. I spent hours online, searching for anything about a Whispering Man or strange occurrences on the road through the woods. At first I found nothing, just urban legends and creepypasta stories that didn't match what I'd experienced. But then, I stumbled across an old forum post from years ago. The title caught my eye. The Whispering Man. A warning. I clicked on it, my heart pounding. The post was written by someone who claimed to have driven the same road I had. They described hearing a whisper on the radio, seeing something in their back seat, and feeling a hand grab their shoulder. The details were eerily similar to what I'd gone through, but what really sent chills down my spine was the ending. If you're reading this, it's already too late. He's chosen you. He won't stop until he has you. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. The post had no replies, no follow-ups. It was like the person had vanished after writing it. I showed it to Jess, who paled as she read it. This is exactly what happened to you," she said. I nodded, my throat dry. "But what does it mean? Who is he, and why is he after me?" Jess didn't have an answer, and neither did I. That night, I stayed at her place again, too scared to go home. We locked all the doors and windows, turned on every light, and tried to convince ourselves we were safe. But deep down, I knew we weren't. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of whispering. At first I thought it was Jess, but when I turned to look at her, she was fast asleep. The whispers were coming from somewhere else, somewhere inside the room. I sat up, my heart racing, and looked around. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and shifting like they were alive. Then I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing in the corner of the room. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me. "You can't hide from me," the voice whispered, soft and cold. I wanted to scream, to wake Jess up, but I couldn't move. It was like I was frozen, trapped in place by some invisible force. The figure stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. I could see his hand now, thin and gray, reaching out toward me. "I see you," he whispered. I closed my eyes, praying it was a dream, that I'd wake up and everything would be normal. But when I opened them again, he was still there, closer than before. Then, suddenly, the whispers stopped. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I sat there trembling for what felt like hours. Jess woke up at some point, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. The next morning, I decided to go back to the road. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I felt like I had to do something. Jess offered to come with me, but I refused. This was my problem, and I didn't want to drag her into it any further.
The road was just as empty as it had been that first night. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting together like a cage. I drove slowly, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Then I saw it. A figure, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding. It was him, the Whispering Man. He was closer now, close enough that I could see his face. Or rather, the lack of it. Where his face should have been was just darkness. A void, deep and endless, like staring into the abyss. He raised a hand, pointing at me, and I heard the whisper again, louder this time. "You're mine." I threw the car into reverse and sped away, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I didn't stop until I was back in town, surrounded by people and noise and light. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still with me. I didn't go back to Jess's place after that. I couldn't. I didn't want to drag her deeper into this nightmare. Instead, I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind of place where no one asks questions. The room was small and smelled faintly of mildew, but it was better than being alone in my apartment. I locked the door behind me, shoved a chair under the handle, and sat on the edge of the bed, clutching my phone like it was a lifeline. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was losing my mind. The Whispering Man wasn't just following me. He was everywhere. In the shadows, in the silence, in the corners of my vision. I couldn't escape him, no matter how far I ran. I spent hours scrolling through my phone, searching for answers. I found more forum posts, more stories about the Whispering Man. Some were vague, just fragments of fear and paranoia. Others were detailed, eerily similar to what I'd experienced. One post stood out. It was from a user named Echo in the Dark, and it was longer than the others. The Whispering Man isn't just a ghost or a spirit. He's something older, something darker. He's drawn to fear, to vulnerability. He feeds on it. Once he chooses you, he won't stop until he has you. But there's a way to fight back. You have to find the hollow place. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. The hollow place? What did that mean? I scrolled down, hoping for more details, but the post ended there. The user hadn't replied to any comments, and their account had been inactive for years. I tried searching for the hollow place, but all I found were vague references to urban legends and creepy stories. Nothing concrete. Frustrated, I threw my phone on the bed and buried my face in my hands. I felt like I was chasing shadows, grasping at fragments of a puzzle I couldn't solve. That's when I heard it. A whisper, so soft I almost missed it. "You're running out of time." I froze, my blood turning to ice. The voice wasn't coming from outside or from my phone. It was inside the room, so close I could feel the breath on my neck. I spun around, but the room was empty. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice trembling. The only response was silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the bed, my back against the wall, staring at the door. Every creak of the building, every rustle of the wind outside, made me jump. By morning I was exhausted, but I couldn't stay in that room any longer. I needed to do something, to find answers. I decided to go back to the road. It was a stupid idea, I knew that. But I didn't have any other leads. If the Whispering Man was tied to that road, maybe I could find something there, some clue, some way to stop him. The drive felt longer than usual, the trees pressing in on either side like they were trying to trap me. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him in the back seat, but the seat stayed empty. I parked on the side of the road, near where I'd first heard the whisper on the radio. The forest was quiet, too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I got out of the car, my flashlight in hand, and started walking. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I felt like I had to keep moving. The trees were dense,
their branches twisting together overhead, blocking out the sun. The ground was soft, covered in a thick layer of leaves and moss. Every step I took felt like I was sinking deeper into the earth. I don't know how long I walked, but eventually, I came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing was a tree, an old, gnarled oak with twisted roots that seemed to claw at the ground, and carved into the trunk were words, "The Hollow Place." I stared at the tree, my heart pounding. This was it. This was what Echo in the Dark had mentioned. But what did it mean? I stepped closer, running my fingers over the carved letters. They were deep, the edges rough, like they'd been made with a knife. Then I noticed something else. There was a hole in the trunk, just above the words. It was small, barely big enough to fit my hand, but it was there. I hesitated, then reached inside. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. I grabbed it and pulled it out, holding it up to the light. It was a key, an old, rusted key, with intricate patterns etched into the metal. I turned it over in my hands, my mind racing. What did it unlock? And why was it hidden here? Before I could think too much about it, I heard a sound behind me. A whisper. "You found it." I spun around, my heart in my throat. The whispering man was standing at the edge of the clearing, his form flickering like a shadow in the light. "But it won." "To save you," he whispered, his voice cold and hollow. I stumbled back, clutching the key to my chest. "What do you want from me?" He didn't answer. He just stood there watching me, his faceless void somehow more terrifying than any expression could have been. Then he stepped forward, and I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran, crashing through the trees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear him behind me, his whispers growing louder, more insistent. "You can't escape me. You're mine." I burst out of the forest and into the road, my car just a few feet away. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I threw myself inside, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. The whispering man was standing in the middle of the road, his form flickering like a dying light. I hit the gas, driving straight toward him. At the last second, he vanished. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town, surrounded by people and noise and light. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still with me. I looked down at the key in my hand, its cold metal pressing into my palm. What was the hollow place? And how was this key supposed to help me? I didn't know, but I had to find out. I didn't know what to do with the key. It felt heavy in my pocket, like it carried the weight of something far beyond my understanding. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, wandering the town, trying to piece together what little I knew. The hollow place, the whispering man, the key. They were all connected. But how? I thought about going back to the tree, but the memory of the whispering man's cold whispers stopped me. I couldn't face him again, not alone. Instead, I decided to look for answers in the town. It was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. If something strange had happened here, someone would know about it. I started at the library, a dusty old building that smelled like paper and mildew. The librarian, an elderly woman with glasses perched on the end of her nose, looked up as I walked in. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but curious. "I'm looking for information about local legends," I said, hesitating. "Something about a hollow place." Her expression changed, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Why do you ask?" I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Just curious. I heard someone mention it, and I wanted to know more." She studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Wait here." She disappeared into the back room and returned a few minutes later with a small, leather-bound book. It looked ancient, the cover worn and cracked. "This might have what you're looking for," she said, handing it to me. "But be careful. Some things are better left in the past." I thanked her and took the book to a corner table, my hands trembling as I opened it. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the ink faded. It was a collection of local folklore, handwritten in a spidery script. I flipped through the pages, scanning for anything about the hollow place. Finally, I found it. The hollow place is said to be a gateway, a door between worlds. It is a place of darkness where the lost and the forgotten dwell. Those who enter do not return the same, if they return at all. I read the passage over and over, my heart pounding. A gateway? Between worlds? What did that even mean? The next page had a drawing of a door, old and weathered, with intricate carvings covering its surface. Beneath it was a note. The key to the hollow place is hidden, guarded by the watcher in the woods. Only the chosen may find it. But beware, the watcher does not give up his treasures lightly. The watcher in the woods. That had to be the whispering man. I closed the book, my mind racing. If the hollow place was a gateway, then the key I'd found must unlock it. But what was on the other side? And why had the whispering man been guarding it? I didn't have answers, but I knew one thing. I had to find that door. That night, I dreamed of the hollow place. I was standing in front of the door from the book, its carvings twisting and shifting like they were alive. The key was in my hand, cold and heavy. I could hear whispers all around me, soft and insistent, urging me to open the door. "Do it," they said. "You know you want to." I reached out, the key trembling in my hand, and slid it into the lock. It turned with a loud click, and the door creaked open, revealing nothing but darkness. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder, cold and bony, and I woke up screaming. The next morning, I decided to go back to the road. I didn't want to, but I didn't have a choice. If the hollow place was real, if it was a way to stop the whispering man, I had to find it. I drove slowly, my eyes scanning the trees for a nice sign of the door. The forest seemed darker than usual, the shadows deeper, like they were hiding something. I don't know how long I drove, but eventually I saw it. The door. It was just like in the book, old and weathered, with intricate carvings covering its surface. It stood in the middle of the forest, surrounded by trees, like it had been there for centuries. I parked the car and got out, my legs shaking with every step. The key was in my hand, cold and heavy, and I could feel the whispers all around me, urging me forward. "Open it," they said. "You know you want to." I reached the door and hesitated, my hand hovering over the lock. What was on the other side? Would it save me, or would it make things worse? I didn't know, but I didn't have a choice. I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing nothing but darkness. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The moment I stepped through the door, the world changed. The air was thick and heavy, like I was underwater. The darkness wasn't just an absence of light. It was alive, pulsing and shifting around me. I could feel it pressing against my skin, cold and damp, like the breath of something ancient. I took a step forward, my feet sinking into the ground. It wasn't dirt or grass. It was soft and spongy, like walking on flesh. The whispers were louder here, echoing all around me, overlapping until I couldn't tell where one ended and the next began. "You shouldn't have come. You're not welcome here. You'll never leave." I kept walking, my flashlight barely piercing the darkness. The beam of light seemed weaker here, like the hollow place was swallowing it. Then I saw them. Figures, standing in the shadows. They were tall and thin, their forms flickering like static on a TV screen. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just watched me, their faceless voids somehow more terrifying than any expression could have been. I recognized one of them. The Whispering Man. He stood at the front of the group, his form more solid than the others. His hand, thin and gray, reached out toward me, and I heard his voice, cold and hollow. "You shouldn't have come." I stumbled back, my heart pounding. "What is this place?" He didn't answer. He just stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. I turned and ran, my feet sinking into the ground with every step. The figures didn't follow me, but I could feel their eyes on my back, watching me, waiting for me to fall. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop. The darkness seemed to stretch on forever, endless and suffocating. Then I saw it. A light, faint and flickering, in the distance. I ran toward it, my legs burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The light grew brighter as I got closer, until I could see what it was. A door. An old, weathered door, just like the one I'd come through. I reached it and grabbed the handle, my hand shaking. It was locked. I fumbled with the key, my fingers slipping on the cold metal. The whispers were louder now, more insistent, like they were trying to stop me. "You can't leave. You're mine now." I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing the forest on the other side. I didn't hesitate. I stepped through, slamming the door behind me. The forest was quiet, the air crisp and clean. I collapsed on the ground, my chest heaving, my hands trembling. I was back. But something was wrong. The trees looked different, their branches twisted and gnarled. The sky was darker, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. And the whispers, they were still there. "You can't escape me." I looked down at the key in my hand. It was blackened and cracked, like it had been burned. I threw it as far as I could, watching it disappear into the trees. Then I got up and ran. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I found the road. My car was still there, just where I'd left it. I got in and started the engine, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I drove back to town, my mind racing. The hollow place was real. The Whispering Man was real. And I'd escaped him. For now. But I knew he wasn't gone. That night, I stayed in a motel, too scared to go home. I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The whispers were quieter now, but they were still there, just on the edge of my hearing. "You can't escape me." I didn't sleep. I couldn't. The next morning, I decided to leave town. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay here. As I drove away, I saw something in the rearview mirror. A figure, tall and thin, standing in the middle of the road. The Whispering Man. He raised a hand, pointing at me, "Aing," and I heard his voice, cold and hollow. "I'll find you." I hit the gas and didn't look back. I've always been the kind of person who rationalizes things. A strange noise, probably the wind, a shadow in the corner of my eye, just my imagination. But this was different. It started a week after I moved into my new apartment. The place was cheap, which should have been my first red flag. The walls were thin, the carpet smells like mildew, and the air vents were ancient, rusted metal grates that rattled whenever the heat kicked on. But it was all I could afford, so I told myself it was fine. Then one night, I heard it. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. The room was quiet, except for the occasional hum of the fridge in the kitchen. And then, faint but unmistakable, I heard breathing. It wasn't mine. At first I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was the wind or the pipes, or even my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. But the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It was coming from the air vent above my bed. I froze, my eyes locked on the vent. The breathing was soft, almost like a whisper, but it was there. In, out, in, out. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a stray animal had crawled into the vents. Or maybe it was just the building settling. But deep down, I knew better. Animals don't breathe like that. Buildings don't sound like that. The next morning I went to see my landlord. He was an older guy, gruff and uninterested, but I figured he'd at least humor me. "There's something in my vents," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I heard breathing last night." He stared at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Kid, that apartment doesn't have vents." I blinked. "What do you mean? There's a vent right above my bed." He shook his head, still chuckling. "Those are just decorative. This building's too old for central air. You've got radiators, not vents." I didn't know what to say. I wanted to argue, to tell him I knew what I'd heard, but he just waved me off and went back to whatever he was doing. That night I lay in bed again, staring at the vent. The room was silent, and for a moment, I thought maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the landlord was right. And then I heard it again. The breathing was louder this time, more deliberate. It wasn't just in my head, it was real. I told myself it was nothing. I always rationalize, explain away the things that scare me. But this time, it wasn't working. Because as I lay there, listening to the sound, I realized something else. The breathing wasn't just coming from the vent anymore. It was moving. The next night, the breathing was back. I tried to ignore it, burying my head under my pillow and telling myself it was just my imagination. But the sound was too loud, too close. And then I realized something that made my blood run cold. The breathing wasn't coming from the vent anymore. It was coming from my closet. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The closet door was slightly ajar, just enough to let a sliver of darkness spill out into the room. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of that. The breathing was soft but steady, like someone or something was hiding in there, waiting. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd left a window open, and the wind was making the door creak. Maybe the sound was just my own breathing, echoing in the small space. But I knew better. I got out of bed, my legs shaking, and walked over to the closet. My hand hovered over the door, trembling. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to see what was inside, but I had to know. I grabbed the handle and yanked the door open, bracing myself for whatever was waiting. The closet was empty. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and stepped inside, looking around. My clothes hung neatly on the rack, and my shoes were lined up on the floor. There was nothing out of place. But the breathing was still there. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was coming from somewhere inside the closet. I crouched down, peering into the corners, but there was nothing, just shadows and dust. And then I saw it, a small hole in the wall, hidden behind a stack of boxes. It was barely big enough to fit a hand through, but it was there, and the breathing was coming from inside. I leaned closer, my heart racing. The hole was dark, too dark to see anything, but I could feel the air moving, warm and damp, like someone was exhaling just on the other side. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just a draft, or a mouse, or something equally harmless. But then I heard it, a whisper, so soft I almost missed it. "I'm here." I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was faint, almost childlike, but it was there, and it was coming from inside the wall. I slammed the closet door shut and backed away, my mind racing. This wasn't possible. This wasn't real. But it was. And it wasn't over. The next few nights were a blur. I barely slept, jumping at every sound, every shadow. The breathing was always there, soft and steady, but it kept moving. One night it was in the closet. Next it was in the corner of the room. And then, one night it was under my bed.
I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. The room was dark, but I could feel it, the breathing, low and rhythmic, coming from beneath me. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind, or the pipes, or my own imagination. But I knew better. I lay there, frozen, listening to the sound. It was so close, so real. And then I heard something else. A scrape, like nails dragging across the floor. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, but the sound was too loud, too close. And then I felt it. A cold breath on my ankle. I yanked my legs up, pulling them to my chest, and scrambled to the edge of the bed. My heart was racing, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The breathing was still there, steady and unrelenting. And then I heard it again. The scrape. Closer this time. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it under the bed. The light flickered across the floor, illuminating the dust and shadows. And then I saw it. A hand, pale and thin, with long, bony fingers, reaching out from under the bed. I screamed, scrambling off the bed and backing into the corner of the room. My heart was pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The hand was gone, but the breathing wasn't. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the room, my back against the wall, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The breathing was still there, soft and steady, but it had moved again. It was back in the vent. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination, or a trick of the light, or something equally harmless. But I knew better. The next morning, I went to see my landlord again. He was less amused this time. "There's something in my apartment," I said, my voice shaking. "I heard breathing. I saw a hand." He stared at me for a moment, then sighed. "Look, kid, I don't know what you're hearing, but it's not coming from the vents. This building doesn't have vents." "Then what's that?" I asked, pointing to the vent above my bed. He frowned, following my gaze. "That's just a cover. There's nothing behind it." "Then why is there breathing coming from it?" He didn't have an answer for that. That night, I lay in bed again, staring at the vent. The room was silent, but I could feel it. The presence, the thing that was watching me, waiting. And then I heard it. A scrape, like metal against metal. I sat up, my heart pounding, and looked at the vent. The cover was loose, rattling slightly, like something was pushing against it from the other side. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind, or the pipes, or my own imagination. But then I saw it. The cover shifted, just a little, and then it fell to the floor with a loud clang. I froze, my eyes locked on the dark hole in the ceiling. The breathing was louder now, more deliberate. And then I saw something else. A handprint. On the ceiling, just above the vent. It was faint, almost invisible, but it was there. A pale, smudged handprint, like someone had been crawling through the vents. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the vent. The light flickered across the metal walls, illuminating the dust and shadows. And then I saw it. A face, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile, staring back at me. I screamed, dropping my phone and scrambling off the bed. The room was dark, but I could still see it, the face, the smile, the eyes that seemed to follow me wherever I went. And then I heard it. A whisper, soft and cold, coming from the vent. "I'm here." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the room, my back against the wall, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The breathing was still there, soft and steady, but it had moved again. It was back in the vent. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination, or a trick of the light, or something equally harmless. But I knew better. The next morning I went to see my landlord again.
He was less amused this time. "There's something in my apartment," I said, my voice shaking. I heard breathing. I saw a face. He stared at me for a moment, then sighed. "Look, kid, I don't know what you're hearing, but it's not coming from the vents. This building doesn't have vents." "Then what's that?" I asked, pointing to the vent above my bed. He frowned, following my gaze. "That's just a cover. There's nothing behind it." "Then why is there breathing coming from it?" He didn't have an answer for that. That night, I lay in bed again, staring at the vent. The room was silent, but I could feel it. The presence, the thing that was watching me, waiting. And then I heard it. A scrape, like metal against metal. I sat up, my heart pounding, and looked at the vent. The cover was loose, rattling slightly, like something was pushing against it from the other side. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind, or the pipes, or my own imagination. But then I saw it. The cover shifted, just a little, and then it fell to the floor with a loud clang. I froze, my eyes locked on the dark hole in the ceiling. The breathing was louder now, more deliberate. And then I saw something else. A handprint. On the ceiling, just above the vent. It was faint, almost invisible, but it was there. A pale, smudged handprint, like someone had been crawling through the vents. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the vent. The light flickered across the metal walls, illuminating the dust and shadows. And then I saw it. A face, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile, staring back at me. I screamed, dropping my phone and scrambling off the bed. The room was dark, but I could still see it. The face, the smile, the eyes that seemed to follow me wherever I went. And then I heard it. A whisper, soft and cold, coming from the vent. "I'm here." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the room, my back against the wall, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The breathing was still there, soft and steady, but it had moved again. It was back in the vent. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination, or a trick of the light, or something equally harmless. But I knew better. The next morning I went to see my landlord again. He was less amused this time. "There's something in my apartment," I said, my voice shaking. "I heard breathing. I saw a face." He stared at me for a moment, then sighed. "Look, kid, I don't know what you're hearing, but it's not coming from the vents. This building doesn't have vents." "Then what's that?" I asked, pointing to the vent above my bed. He frowned, following my gaze. "That's just a cover. There's nothing behind it." "Then why is there breathing coming from it?" He didn't have an answer for that. That night I lay in bed again, staring at the vent. The room was silent, but I could feel it. The presence. The thing that was watching me, waiting. And then I heard it. A scrape, like metal against metal. I sat up, my heart pounding, and looked at the vent. The cover was loose, rattling slightly, like something was pushing against it from the other side. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind, or the pipes, or my own imagination. But then I saw it. The cover shifted, just a little, and then it fell to the floor with a loud clang. I froze, my eyes locked on the dark hole in the ceiling. The breathing was louder now, more deliberate. And then I saw something else. A handprint. On the ceiling just above the vent. It was faint, almost invisible, but it was there. A pale, smudged handprint, like someone had been crawling through the vents. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the vent. The light flickered across the metal walls, illuminating the dust and shadows. And then I saw it. A face, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile, staring back at me. I screamed, dropping my phone and scrambling off the bed. The room was dark, but I could still see it. The face, the smile, the eyes that seemed to follow me wherever I went. And then I heard it. A whisper, soft and cold, coming from the vent. I'm here. My name is David, and I've always been drawn to secrets. The kind of secrets that hide in the shadows, buried beneath layers of time and dust. That's why I found myself standing at the entrance of the Forgotten Station, an abandoned subway station from the 1940s. The air was thick with the smell of rust and damp concrete, and the faint echo of dripping water bounced off the walls. It felt like the station was holding its breath, waiting for someone to uncover its dark past. I stepped inside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a knife. The station was frozen in time. Faded posters clung to the walls, their colors washed out by decades of neglect. The ticket booth was empty, its glass cracked and covered in grime. The tracks below were littered with debris, and the platform stretched out into the void, disappearing into the shadows. As I walked further in, I noticed something strange. The air grew colder, and the sound of dripping water was replaced by something else. A faint, distant whistle. It was the sound of a train, but that was impossible. This station hadn't seen a train in over 70 years. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. It's just your imagination, I muttered to myself. But the whistle came again, louder this time, and I felt a chill run down my back. I turned my flashlight toward the tracks, and that's when I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, like the headlight of a train. My heart raced as I stepped closer to the edge of the platform, peering into the darkness. The glow grew brighter, and the whistle echoed through the station, filling the air with an eerie, mournful sound. "This can't be real," I whispered, but the words felt hollow. The light was getting closer, and I could hear the rumble of wheels on the tracks. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my curiosity held me in place. I had to see what was coming. The train emerged from the shadows, its metal body rusted and broken. The windows were dark, but as it passed by, I caught a glimpse of the passengers inside. My blood turned to ice. They were skeletons, their hollow eyes staring straight ahead. The train rushed past me, the wind tugging at my clothes, and then it was gone, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had come. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. What had I just seen? Was it a hallucination? A trick of the light? I didn't know, but one thing was certain: I couldn't leave now. The station had a story to tell, and I was determined to uncover it, no matter the cost. As I turned to explore further, I noticed something else. The tunnel behind me was different. The walls seemed closer, the passage narrower. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts, but the feeling of unease only grew stronger. The Forgotten Station wasn't just hiding secrets, it was alive, and it was watching me. The station was playing tricks on me. I was sure of it. The tunnels seemed to shift every time I turned around, as if the walls themselves were alive. I tried to retrace my steps, but the path I had taken just moments ago was gone, replaced by a maze of dark, narrow passages. The air grew colder with every step, and the sound of the phantom train's whistle lingered in the distance, a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. I could feel the weight of the station pressing down on me, like it was trying to crush me under its history. I found myself in a part of the station I hadn't seen before. The walls were covered in graffiti, but it wasn't the kind you'd see in a modern subway. The words were old, written in a shaky hand, and they sent a chill down my spine. They're still here. Don't let them take you. The train never stops. I reached out to touch the words, my fingers brushing against the cold, damp wall. As I did, I heard a sound behind me, a soft, shuffling noise, like footsteps. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The only response was the echo of my own words, bouncing off the walls and fading into silence. I turned back to the graffiti, but something was different. The words had changed. "You're next." My breath caught in my throat and I stumbled back, nearly dropping my flashlight. The station was alive and it was speaking to me. I needed to find a way out, but the tunnels were a labyrinth, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. Every time I thought I was getting closer to the exit, I found myself back where I started, staring at the same graffiti-covered walls. The sound of footsteps came again, louder this time, and I felt a presence behind me. I didn't dare turn around. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the flashlight. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, a cold breath brushed against the back of my neck and I heard a voice, low and raspy. "You shouldn't have come." I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay there. The tunnels blurred together as I sprinted through the darkness, the sound of footsteps close behind me. I could feel the station closing in, the walls narrowing, the air growing colder. I turned a corner and skidded to a stop. The tunnel ahead was blocked by a pile of rubble, and the walls were covered in more graffiti. "There's no escape." I turned around, but the way I had come was gone, replaced by a solid wall. I was trapped. The footsteps were right behind me now, and I could feel the presence closing in. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever was coming, but then I heard it. The sound of the phantom train's whistle, echoing through the tunnels. The footsteps stopped, and the presence vanished. I opened my eyes, but I was alone. The station had let me go, for now, but I knew it wasn't over. The forgotten station had claimed me, and it wasn't going to let me leave. I didn't know how long I had been wandering the tunnels. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the forgotten station. The only constant was the sound of the phantom train's whistle, always in the distance, always just out of reach. I found myself in a part of the station I hadn't seen before. The walls were lined with old, rusted lockers, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. There was something different about this place, something darker. I opened one of the lockers, and a wave of cold air hit me. Inside was a stack of newspapers, yellowed with age. I picked one up, my hands trembling as I read the headline. "Mass murder at Forgotten Station, dozens dead in tragic accident." The article was dated 1947, and it told the story of a train that had derailed in the station, killing everyone on board. But there was something strange about the details. The train had been carrying passengers, but no one had ever come forward to claim the bodies. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the article. The station wasn't just abandoned, it was cursed. The souls of the victims were trapped here, unable to move on. I closed the locker and stepped back, my mind racing. The phantom train, the skeletal passengers, the shifting tunnels. It all made sense now. The station was a prison, and the train was its warden. I heard the sound of footsteps again, but this time I didn't run. I turned around, my flashlight illuminating the figure standing in the shadows. It was a man, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes hollow. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, and he looked like he had been dead for decades. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man didn't answer. He just stared at me, his eyes filled with a sadness that made my heart ache. "What do you want?" I asked, taking a step closer. The man raised his hand, pointing down the tunnel. I followed his gaze, and my blood turned to ice. The phantom train was coming, its headlight cutting through the darkness. The skeletal passengers were staring at me, their hollow eyes filled with a hunger that made my stomach churn. I turned back to the man, but he was gone. The station was silent, and the train was getting closer. I knew what I had to do. I had to find a way to free the souls trapped in the station, or I would become one of them. But as the train rushed past me, I realized something.
I might already be too late. The train was gone, but the station was still alive. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I had to find a way to break the curse, but I didn't know how. I found myself in a part of the station I hadn't seen before. The walls were covered in symbols, carved into the stone with a precision that made my skin crawl. They were ancient, older than the station itself, and they pulsed with a dark energy. I reached out to touch one of the symbols, and the moment my fingers brushed against the stone, the station came alive. The walls began to shake, and the sound of the phantom train's whistle filled the air. I stumbled back, my heart racing as the symbols began to glow. The station was trying to tell me something, but I didn't understand. The sound of footsteps came again, and I turned around to see the man from before. He was standing in the shadows, his eyes filled with a desperate urgency. "Help us," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "How?" I asked, my voice trembling. The man pointed to the symbols on the wall, and I realized what I had to do. The curse could be broken, but it would come at a cost. I took a deep breath and began to trace the symbols with my fingers, following the pattern carved into the stone. The station shook violently, and the sound of the phantom train's whistle grew louder. The man stepped closer, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered before vanishing into the shadows. The symbols began to fade, and the station grew still. The curse was broken, but I knew it wasn't over. The phantom train was coming, and this time, it wasn't going to stop. The station was silent, but I could still feel its presence. The curse was broken, but the station wasn't done with me yet. I found myself standing on the platform, the phantom train rushing toward me. The skeletal passengers were staring at me, their hollow eyes filled with a hunger that made my stomach churn. I knew what I had to do. I stepped onto the tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The train was coming, and I didn't have much time. As the train rushed past me, I reached out and grabbed onto the side, pulling myself onto the platform. The station shook violently, and the sound of the phantom train's whistle filled the air. I turned around, and the station was gone. I was standing in the middle of a dark, empty tunnel, the sound of the train's whistle echoing in the distance. I didn't know where I was, but I knew one thing. I was free. The forgotten station was behind me, but the memory of it would stay with me forever. The train's whistle echoed in the tunnels, a reminder that the station was still out there, waiting for its next passenger. And I knew deep down that it would never stop. The rain was relentless, pounding against the windows of the radio station like 1,000 tiny fists. I sat in the dimly lit booth, the glow of the control panel casting eerie shadows on the walls. My name's Mike, and I'm the night DJ at WKZR, a small-town radio station that barely anyone listens to anymore. It's the 90s, and let's be honest, radio's dying. But hey, it's a job, and it keeps me off the streets. I adjusted the mic, my voice smooth and practiced as I introduced the next song. That was November Rain by Guns N' Roses, and you're listening to WKZR, where the music never stops. Well, almost never. I chuckled at my own joke, though I knew no one was really listening. The storm outside was getting worse. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the lights flickered for a split second. I frowned, glancing at the old analog clock on the wall. 11:47 p.m. Just another hour and 13 minutes until my shift ended. Then the phone rang. It wasn't unusual to get calls during the show, but at this hour, in this weather, I hesitated for a moment before picking up. WKZR, you're on the air. What's on your mind? The line was silent for a beat, and then a voice came through soft, almost a whisper. "Mike, can you hear me?" I rolled my eyes. Probably some drunk kid messing around. "Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?" The voice grew quieter, like it was struggling to speak. I need your help,"
I'm dead. I froze. My first instinct was to laugh it off, but something about the way the voice sounded hollow, distant, made my skin crawl. Okay, buddy. Real funny. You got a request or what? No, the voice said, firmer now. I'm dead, and you're the only one who can hear me. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding. It had to be a prank, right? But why did it feel so real? I shook my head, trying to brush it off. All right, folks. Seems like the storm's got people feeling a little spooky tonight. Let's lighten the mood with some Pearl Jam. I queued up the next track, but as the music played, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The booth felt colder, the shadows deeper. And then I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible over the music. Mike. I spun around, but the booth was empty. My hands trembled as I adjusted the volume, trying to drown out the sound. It was just my imagination. It had to be. But as the song faded out, the whispers grew louder. Mike, help us. The lights flickered again, and this time, they didn't come back on. The control panel went dark, and the music cut out, leaving only static. I fumbled for the emergency flashlight, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Hello? Is anyone there? I called out, my voice echoing in the empty station. No one answered. But the static, it wasn't just noise. It was alive, pulsing, shifting. And then, clear as day, a voice broke through. Mike, you're not alone. I dropped the flashlight, my heart racing. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't my imagination. Something was in the station with me, and it knew my name. The flashlight rolled across the floor, its beam flickering as it spun. I scrambled to grab it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The static from the speakers was deafening, a low, pulsing hum that seemed to vibrate through my bones. Hello? I called out again, my voice cracking. Is someone there? No answer, just the static. I shone the flashlight around the booth, the beam cutting through the darkness. Everything looked normal, the control panel, the mic, the stacks of CDs. But the air, it felt heavy, oppressive, like the walls were closing in. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Get it together, Mike, I muttered. It's just a power outage. Probably knocked out the phone lines too. That's all. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. That voice, it hadn't sounded like it was coming from the phone. It sounded like it was right next to me, whispering in my ear. I grabbed the mic, my fingers fumbling with the controls. Hey listeners. Seems like we're having some technical difficulties tonight. Storm must have knocked out the power. We'll be back on air as soon as we can. In the meantime, stay safe out there. I clicked off the mic and leaned back in my chair, trying to steady my nerves. The flashlight's beam caught something on the floor near the door, a small, dark puddle. I frowned, leaning closer. Water. It was just water, probably tracked in from the storm. But as I stared at it, I noticed something else. Footprints. Small, wet footprints leading from the door to the edge of the booth. My breath hitched. They were too small to be mine. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, and followed the footprints with the flashlight. They stopped at the edge of the booth, right where the shadows were thickest. I swallowed hard, my throat ducker. Okay, this isn't funny anymore, I said, my voice trembling. If someone's messing with me, you've made your point. Now cut it out. The static from the speakers suddenly spiked, a sharp, ear-piercing screech that made me drop the flashlight again. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside my head, vibrating through my skull. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The booth was silent. Too silent. Even the storm outside seemed to have paused, as if the world was holding its breath. I picked up the flashlight, my hands trembling so badly I could barely hold it. The beam flickered, and for a moment, I thought it was going to die. But then it steadied, and I saw something that made my blood run cold. The control panel was on. The lights were still off. The station was still dark. But the control panel was glowing faintly, the needles on the dials twitching erratically. I stared at it, my mind racing. This wasn't possible. The power was out. I reached out to touch the panel, but before I could, the mic clicked on by itself. "Hello, Mike." The voice was different this time, deeper, colder. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was coming from the mic. I stumbled back, my chair clattering to the floor. Who are you?" The voice didn't answer. Instead, the static returned, low and pulsing, and I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It sounded like fingers drumming on glass. I turned the flashlight toward the window that looked out into the empty station. At first, I didn't see anything. But then, slowly, a shape began to form in the glass. A face. It was pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a mouth stretched into a grotesque smile. It wasn't fully there, more like a shadow pressed against the glass, but I could see it clearly, and it was looking right at me. I screamed, backing away until I hit the wall. The face didn't move, but its smile widened, and I heard the voice again, this time coming from all around me. "Mike, we've been waiting for you." I fumbled for the door, my hand slipping on the handle. The face in the glass began to laugh, a low, guttural sound that made my stomach churn. I finally got the door open and stumbled out into the hallway, the flashlight bouncing wildly as I ran. The station was a maze of dark corridors and empty rooms, and I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away from that thing. I skidded to a stop in the break room, slamming the door shut behind me. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath, my mind racing. What the hell was happening? Was I losing it? The flashlight flickered again, and I smacked it against my hand, willing it to stay on. The break room was small, with a table, a couple of chairs, and an old coffee machine. It was usually a safe space, a place to relax. But now, it felt just as dangerous as the booth. I sat down at the table, trying to calm myself. "Okay, Mike. Think. There's got to be a logical explanation for all this. Maybe it's carbon monoxide poisoning, or I'm just tired. Yeah, that's it. I'm tired, and the storm's messing with my head." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. That face, that voice, they were real. The flashlight flickered again, and this time, it stayed off. I cursed, slamming it on the table. The break room was plunged into darkness, and I felt a cold draft sweep through the room, carrying with it the faint smell of decay. And then I heard it, the tapping again. It was coming from the door. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, and I heard the voice again, whispering through the cracks in the door. "Mike, let us in?" I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was frozen in fear, my mind screaming at me to run, but I couldn't make myself move. The door handle began to turn, slowly, deliberately. "No," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Please, no." The door creaked open, and I saw it, the face hovering in the darkness, its hollow eyes fixed on me. "Mike," it whispered, its voice echoing in my mind. "You can't hide from us." I screamed, scrambling backward until I hit the wall. The face began to laugh again, the sound growing louder and louder until it filled the room. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The break room was silent, the door still open. I sat there, trembling, my mind racing. What the hell was that thing? And why was it after me? I didn't have time to think about it. The lights in the hallway flickered on, and I heard the hum of the power returning. The storm must have passed. I forced myself to stand, my legs still shaky, and made my way back to the booth. The control panel was fully lit now, the static gone. Everything looked normal, but I knew it wasn't. I sat down at the mic, my hands trembling as I adjusted the SU. On, trolls. Hey listeners, looks like the power's back. Sorry about the interruption. Let's get back to the music. I queued up the next track, but as the music played, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The dead were here, and they weren't going to let me go. The music played, but I barely heard it. My hands were still shaking as I stared at the control panel, the glowing dials and flickering lights mocking me. Everything looked normal, but I knew better. The station wasn't just a building anymore. It was a gateway, and something had come through. I glanced at the clock. 12:23 a.m. Less than an hour until my shift ended. I just had to hold it together until then. The phone rang. I jumped, my heart slamming against my ribs. The sound was sharp, piercing, and it felt like it was coming from everywhere at once. I stared at the phone, my mind screaming at me not to answer it. But I had to. It was my job. I picked it up, my voice barely above a whisper. WKZR, you're on the air. The line was silent for a moment, and then I heard it, a soft, raspy breath. Mike, you can't ignore us. It was the same voice from before, but now it sounded different, more urgent, more desperate. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling. What do you want? The voice didn't answer. Instead, I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like nails on glass. It was the same sound I'd heard in the break room. Stop it! I shouted, slamming the phone down. The tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, and I realized it wasn't coming from the phone. It was coming from the window. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The window was dark, the storm still raging outside, but as I stared at it, I saw something, a shape, pressing against the glass. It was the face again. Its hollow eyes stared at me, its grotesque smile stretching wider. The tapping was its fingers, drumming against the glass as if it was trying to get in. Leave me alone, I screamed, backing away from the window. The face didn't move. It just kept smiling, its fingers tapping faster and faster. And then slowly, it began to fade, until it was gone. The tapping stopped. I collapsed into my chair, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but there was no sense to be made. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. But it was. The mic clicked on by itself, and I heard the voice again, this time coming through the speakers. Mike, you're running out of time. I stared at the mic, my hands trembling. What do you want from me? The static returned, low and pulsing, and I heard something else, a chorus of whispers, overlapping and indistinct. They were too quiet to make out, but I could feel their urgency, their desperation. And then, clear as day, one voice broke through. Help us! I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. I can't help you. I don't even know who you are. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I realized they weren't just coming from the speakers. They were coming from all around me, from the walls, the floor, the air itself. Help us, Mike. You're the only one who can. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The whispers were inside my head, echoing in my mind. Stop it! I screamed. Just leave me alone! The whispers stopped, and for a moment there was silence.
Then I heard something else, a faint, melodic hum. It was soft at first, but it grew louder, more distinct. It was a song. I recognized it instantly. It was an old folk song, one my grandmother used to sing, but I hadn't heard it in years. The hum grew louder, and I realized it was coming from the hallway. I stood up, my legs shaking, and followed the sound. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the emergency exit sign at the far end. The hum grew louder as I walked, and I felt a strange pull, like the song was drawing me in. I stopped outside the storage room, the hum now so loud it was almost deafening. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob, and I hesitated for a moment before turning it. The room was pitch black, but the hum was coming from inside. I fumbled for the light switch, but it didn't work. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The hum stopped, and the room was silent. I stepped inside, the darkness pressing in on me. My heart was pounding, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. And then I saw it. A faint glow, coming from the far corner of the room. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I walked toward it, my feet moving on their own. The glow grew brighter as I got closer, and I realized it was coming from an old, dusty radio. It was one of the station's old models from the 50s or 60s. It shouldn't have been working. It wasn't even plugged in, but it was on, the dials glowing faintly, the hum coming from its speakers. I reached out to touch it, but before I could, the hum stopped. And then I heard it, a voice coming from the radio. "Mike, you're not alone." I stumbled back, my heart racing. The voice was different this time, softer, almost comforting, but it didn't make me feel any better. "Who are you?" I whispered. The radio crackled, and the voice returned. "We're the ones who came before, the ones who were forgotten, and now we need your help." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "I can't help you. I don't even know what you want." The radio crackled again, and the voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. "Find us, remember us, and set us free." The glow faded, and the room was plunged into darkness. I stood there trembling, my mind racing. What did they mean? Find them? Remember them? And then it hit me. The station. It was built on a burial ground. The dead weren't just trying to communicate with me. They were trying to use me to tell their story. And if I didn't figure out how to help them, they weren't going to let me go. I stood in the storage room, the darkness pressing in on me like a suffocating blanket. The old radio was silent now, its glow extinguished, but the words it had spoken still echoed in my mind. Find us, remember us, and set us free. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the flashlight I'd left on the table in the booth. The station was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels alive, like it's watching you. I didn't want to go back out there, but I had to. I needed answers. The hallway was dimly lit by the emergency exit sign, its red glow casting long shadows on the walls. I moved quickly, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The whispers were gone, but I could still feel them, like a faint hum in the air. When I reached the booth, I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I needed to find something, anything that could tell me more about the station's history. If it was built on a burial ground, there had to be records. I made my way to the manager's office, a small room at the end of the hall. The door was locked, but I knew where the spare key was hidden under the potted plant by the door. I fished it out and unlocked the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The office was cluttered, with stacks of papers and old equipment everywhere. I shone the flashlight around, looking for anything that might help me. There was a filing cabinet in the corner, its drawers stuffed with folders. I started pulling them out, flipping through them as quickly as I could.
Most of it was boring stuff like budget reports, employee records, station logs. But then I found a folder labeled Property History. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were old documents, yellowed with age, and a few black and white photos. I spread them out on the desk, my eyes scanning the pages. The station had been built in 1952, but before that, the land had been a cemetery, a small forgotten burial ground for the town's poor and unwanted. When the station was constructed, the graves had been moved, or so the documents claimed. But something about the wording made me uneasy. Relocated to an undisclosed location. What did that mean? I flipped through the photos, my stomach churning. One of them showed the construction site, with workers standing around a pit. In the pit were bones, human bones. My breath caught in my throat. They hadn't moved the graves. They'd just built over them. I felt a cold draft sweep through the room, and the whispers returned, louder this time. "Mike, you're getting closer." I spun around, shining the flashlight into the corners of the room. There was no one there, but the air felt heavier, colder. "I'm trying to help you," I said, my voice trembling. "But I need to know more. Who were you? What happened to you?" The whispers grew louder, overlapping and indistinct, but one word broke through clearly. "Remember." I turned back to the documents, flipping through them frantically. There had to be something else, a list of names, a map, anything. And then I found it. Tucked between two pages was a faded piece of paper, handwritten and barely legible. It was a list of names, dozens of them with dates next to each one. The dates ranged from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. These were the people buried here. I stared at the list, my heart pounding. These weren't just names, they were lives. People who had been forgotten, erased from history. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and I realized they were saying the names. Sarah, James, Eleanor, Thomas. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside my head, echoing in my mind. "Stop it!" I screamed. "I'm trying to help you." The whisper, as he stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then I heard something else, a faint, melodic hum. It was the same song from before, the one my grandmother used to sing. The hum grew louder, and I felt that strange pull again, like the song was drawing me in. I followed it, my feet moving on their own. The hum led me back to the storage room, where the old radio was glowing faintly again. I stood in front of it, my hands trembling. "What do you want me to do?" The radio crackled, and the voice returned. "Tell our story. Let the world remember us." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "How? No one's listening. No one cares." The radio crackled again, and the voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. "You're the only one who can hear us. You're the only one who can help us." I sank to my knees, my mind racing. What could I do? I was just a DJ, a nobody. How could I possibly help them? And then it hit me, the broadcast. I could tell their story on the air. Even if no one was listening, it would be out there in the world. Maybe it would be enough. I stood up, my legs shaking, and made my way back to the booth. The control panel was still on, the mic waiting for me. I sat down, my hands trembling as I adjusted the controls. Hey, listeners, I know it's late, and I know you probably aren't out there, but I need to tell you something. Something important." I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. This station, it wasn't always here. Before it was built, this land was a cemetery, a place where the poor and forgotten were buried. And when the station was constructed, those graves, they were just covered up, forgotten. The static returned, low and pulsing, but I kept talking. "Those people, they deserve to be remembered. They deserve to have their stories told. So, if you're out there listening, remember them. Remember Sarah and James and Eleanor and Thomas. Remember all of them. The static grew louder, and I heard the whispers again, but this time they didn't sound angry or desperate. They sounded grateful. Thank you, Mike. I felt a cold draft sweep through the booth, and the whispers faded away. The static stopped, and the station was silent. I sat there, my hands trembling, tears streaming down my face. I didn't know if it was enough, but I'd done what I could. And then I heard it, a faint, melodic hum coming from the speakers. It was the song again, the one my grandmother used to sing. But this time, it wasn't just one voice. It was a chorus. The dead were singing. The chorus of voices filled the booth, their song hauntingly beautiful, a melody that seemed to transcend time itself. I sat at the mic, tears streaming down my face, as the dead sang through the speakers. For a moment, I felt a strange sense of peace. I'd done it. I'd told their story. But then the song began to change. The melody grew darker, the harmonies twisting into something unsettling. The voices grew louder, more urgent, and I felt a cold draft sweep through the booth. "What's happening?" I whispered, my hands trembling on the controls. The radio crackled, and the voice returned, but it wasn't grateful anymore. It was angry. "You've done well, Mike, but it's not enough." "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaking. "I told your story. I remembered you." The static spiked, and the voices grew louder, overlapping and indistinct. "We need more. We need you." I stood up, my heart pounding. "No. I've done enough. I've helped you." The lights flickered, and the control panel began to spark. The voices grew louder, more insistent, and I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The booth was filled with shadows now, swirling and shifting like living things. The voices were everywhere, inside my head, outside my body, all around me. "You're one of us now, Mike. You belong to us." I stumbled toward the door, but it slammed shut before I could reach it. The shadows closed in, their whispers growing louder, more desperate. "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "I just wanted to help you." The static reached a deafening crescendo, and the voices merged into one, a single, blood-curdling scream. And then silence. The shadows were gone. The voices were gone. The booth was empty. I collapsed into the chair, my hands trembling as I adjusted the mic. Hey listeners, this is Mike, and this is the last broadcast." I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. The dead. They're here, and they're not going to let me go. So, if you're out there listening, remember me too. The static returned, low and pulsing, and I heard the whispers again. "Thank you, Mike." I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face as the shadows closed in.
I work in an old office building. You know the type: creaky floors, flickering lights, and an elevator that groans like it's carrying the weight of the world. It's not the kind of place that inspires confidence, but it's where I spend most of my days, and nights sometimes. I'm not a fan of the dark, especially not underground. There's something about being below the surface that makes my skin crawl, but I never thought much about it until that night. It was late, the kind of late where the office is empty, and the only sound is the hum of the fluorescent lights. I was tired, my eyes heavy from staring at a screen for hours. All I wanted was to get home, crawl into bed, and forget about the endless spreadsheets waiting for me tomorrow. I packed up my things, slung my bag over my shoulder, and headed for the elevator.
The doors opened with a ding that echoed down the empty hallway. I stepped inside, pressed the button for the lobby, and leaned against the wall, closing my eyes for a moment. The elevator shuddered to life, and I felt the familiar drop in my stomach as it began its descent. But something was off. The elevator didn't stop at the first floor. It kept going, down, past the lobby, past the ground level. My eyes snapped open, and I stared at the numbers above the door. The display showed a B I had never seen before. Basement? This building doesn't have a basement, at least not one I've ever heard of. My heart started to race. I pressed the lobby button again, then the emergency stop. Nothing. The elevator kept descending, the numbers on the display flickering as if they couldn't decide what floor we were on. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. And then, with a soft ding, the elevator stopped. The doors slid open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. The lights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist as if they were alive. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and something else, something metallic, like blood. My stomach churned, and I took a step back, pressing myself against the wall of the elevator. I should have stayed inside. I should have kept pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But I didn't. I'm too curious for my own good. I had to know where I was, what this place was. So, against every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I stepped out of the elevator. The hallway was long, with doors on either side. They were all closed, their numbers rusted and unreadable. The flickering lights made it hard to see, but I could make out something at the far end of the hall. A figure. It was standing perfectly still, facing away from me. My breath caught my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The figure didn't move either, but I had the strangest feeling that it was aware of me, that it was waiting. And then, without warning, the lights went out. I was plunged into darkness, the kind of darkness that feels like it's pressing in on you from all sides. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure the figure could hear it. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I turned on the flashlight. The beam of light cut through the black, and I swung it toward the end of the hall. The figure was gone, but something was different. The hallway seemed longer now, the doors farther apart, and the air. It was colder, heavier. I could hear something too, a faint sound, like whispering. It was coming from behind one of the doors. I didn't want to investigate. I wanted to get back in the elevator and get out of there. But the doors had closed behind me, and when I turned, the elevator was gone. There was just a blank wall where it should have been. Panic surged through me. I was trapped, alone, in a place that shouldn't exist. I started to walk, my footsteps echoing in the empty hall. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the door at the end of the hall, the one with the rusted number that looked like it had been scratched out. I reached for the handle, my hand trembling. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to see what was on the other side, but I had to. I had to know. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The room was small, with peeling wallpaper and a single, flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. In the center of the room was a chair, and sitting in the chair was the figure. It was facing me now, but I couldn't see its face. It was shrouded in shadow, its head tilted slightly to the side as if it were studying me. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring at the figure as it slowly rose from the chair. It took a step toward me, then another. The whispering grew louder, more frantic. I could feel it in my chest, vibrating through me like a second heartbeat. And then, just as the figure was about to reach me, the lights went out again. I screamed, stumbling backward. My phone slipped from my hand, and I heard it clatter to the floor. I dropped to my knees, frantically feeling around in the dark. My fingers brushed against something cold and wet. I recoiled, scrambling to my feet. The whispering was deafening now, filling my head until I thought it would burst. And then, suddenly, It stopped. The lights came back on, and I was standing in the hallway again. The door was closed, the figure gone. The elevator was there, its doors open, waiting for me. I didn't think. I just ran, throwing myself inside and slamming the buttons until the doors closed and the elevator began to rise. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I kept my eyes on the numbers, watching as they climbed back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I practically fell out into the familiar, brightly lit hallway of the first floor. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My reflection was still inside, staring back at me with a smile that wasn't mine. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress, lack of sleep, anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew. Something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator, I could feel it. A presence. Watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead. But even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there waiting. But there was nothing, just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I'd left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it. A soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see. But I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there, just like before. But this time, it wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed, and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination. Just stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand, just like in the elevator, and pointed at me. And then it smiled, that same unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it, watching, waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection, that smile, and I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there, just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator, not after what had happened. I spent the day at home, trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything, but it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty, the halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell. And then I heard it. The whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The door slid open, and I stepped inside. The reflection was there, waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down? I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator, pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again. My reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress, lack of sleep, anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator, I could feel it. A presence. Watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead, but even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there, waiting, but there was nothing, just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I had left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it. A soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see. But I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there just like before. But this time it wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool nigga, that air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination, just stress. That's what I told myself, but I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand, just like in the elevator, and pointed at me. And then it smiled. That same, unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it. Watching. Waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection. That smile. And I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there. Just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator, not after what had happened. I spent the day at home trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything. But it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty. The halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell. And then I heard it. The whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors slid open and I stepped inside. The reflection was there waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down? I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. but they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator, pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again. My reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress, lack of sleep, anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew. Something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator, I could feel it. A presence, watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead. But even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there, waiting. But there was nothing. Just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I had left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it. A soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see, but I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there just like before. But this time, it wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed, and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination. Just stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand just like in the elevator and pointed at me. And then it smiled. That same unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it. Watching. Waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection. That smile. And I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there. Just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator. Not after what had happened. I spent the day at home, trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything. But it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty, the halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell. And then I heard it. The whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside. The reflection was there, waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down? I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close, but they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again, my reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress, lack of sleep, anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew. Something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator, I could feel it. A presence. Watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead. But even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there, waiting. But there was nothing. Just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I had left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it. A soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see. But I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there, just like before. But this time, it wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed, and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination. Just stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand, just like in the elevator, and pointed at me. And then it smiled. That same unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it. Watching. Waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection, that smile. And I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there. Just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator, not after what had happened. I spent the day at home trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything. But it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty, the halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell, and then I heard it, the whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside. The reflection was there waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down. I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close, but they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator, pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close, but they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movement slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again. My reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress, lack of sleep, anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew. Something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator I could feel it, a presence, watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead. But even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there, waiting. But there was nothing. Just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I had left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it, a soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator door slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see. But I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there, just like before. But this time, it wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back,
my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed, and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination. Just stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand, just like in the elevator, and pointed at me. And then it smiled. That same, unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it. Watching. Waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection, that smile, and I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there. Just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator, not after what had happened. I spent the day at home, trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything. But it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty, the halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell. And then I heard it. The whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside. The reflection was there, waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down? I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator, pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again.
My reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure in the hallway, the flickering lights, the rusted door, and my reflection. That smile. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But it was there, staring back at me from the elevator doors as they closed. I told myself it was just my imagination. Stress. Lack of sleep. Anything but what it really was. But deep down, I knew. Something was wrong. Something had followed me out of that place. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, my eyes heavy and my mind racing. The office was the same as always, buzzing with activity, the hum of keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier, the lights dimmer, and every time I passed the elevator I could feel it. A presence. Watching. I avoided the elevator all day, taking the stairs instead. But even that didn't help. The stairwell was too quiet, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, to turn and see the figure standing there, waiting. But there was nothing, just the silence, pressing in on me from all sides. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed, and I just wanted to go home. But as I packed up my things, I realized I had left my jacket in the break room. It was on the other side of the building, past the elevator. I hesitated, then told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an elevator, just a reflection, nothing to be afraid of. I was wrong. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel it again. That presence. It was stronger now, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my footsteps, the feel of the carpet beneath my shoes. But then I heard it. A soft ding, like the sound of an elevator arriving. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see. But I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the open doors, to the empty space inside. And then I saw it. My reflection. It was standing there, just like before. But this is time. It wasn't smiling. It was staring at me, its eyes wide and unblinking. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The doors closed, and the reflection was gone. But the feeling remained. That presence. It was still there, watching me. I grabbed my jacket and practically ran to the stairs, taking them two at a time. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination. Just stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room, every closet. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had to be sure. Sure that I was alone. Sure that nothing had followed me. But I wasn't alone. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I saw it again. My reflection. But it wasn't me. It was moving on its own, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised a hand just like in the elevator and pointed at me. And then it smiled. That same, unnatural smile. I dropped the toothbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes never leaving the reflection. It didn't follow me, but it didn't have to. I could feel it. Watching, waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the reflection, that smile, and I heard the whispers. They were faint, but they were there, just on the edge of my hearing, like a distant echo. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't want to. I knew they weren't meant for me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the office, the elevator, Not after what had happened. I spent the day at home, trying to distract myself with TV, with books, with anything. But it didn't help. The reflection was always there, in the corner of my eye, watching. By the time night fell, I was a wreck. My nerves were shot and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I had to know why this was happening. I went back to the office. The building was empty, the halls dark and silent. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The elevator was there, its doors closed. I could feel it, that presence. It was stronger now, more intense. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the hallway. The lights flickered, just like before. The air was thick with that same metallic smell. And then I heard it. The whispering. It was coming from the elevator. I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. The door slid open and I stepped inside. The reflection was there, waiting for me. It was smiling again, that same unnatural smile. And then it spoke. Going down? I slammed the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The reflection stepped closer, its smile widening. I could feel it now, that presence. It was all around me, pressing in on me from all sides. And then, just as the reflection reached out to touch me, the doors closed. The elevator began to descend. I was shaking, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know where it was taking me, but I knew it wasn't the lobby. The numbers on the display flickered, then settled on a B I had never seen before. The doors opened, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering lights, the rusted doors, the figure at the end of the hall. It was waiting for me. I didn't step out this time. I couldn't. I stayed in the elevator, pressing the buttons, trying to get the doors to close. But they didn't move. The figure began to walk toward me, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear the whispering again, louder now, more insistent. And then, just as the figure reached the elevator, the doors closed. The elevator began to rise, the numbers on the display climbing back up to the lobby. When the doors opened, I stumbled out into the familiar hallway. I was safe. I was out. But as I turned to look back at the elevator, I saw it again. My reflection. It was still inside, staring back at me with that same unnatural smile. The apartment was small, the kind of place no one stays in for too long, the kind of place that smelled of old water and dust, no matter how many windows I opened or how many scented candles I burned. The landlord had given me the key with little more than a nod, his eyes tired and uninterested, and when I asked about the price, about why it was so low for a place in the city, he only shrugged and muttered something about people being too picky these days. I didn't care. I needed a place. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere to disappear for a while. Somewhere where no one would ask me questions or expect me to have answers. The first night was restless. The bed was too stiff, the air too still, and the silence felt heavier than it should have, pressing into my ears until my own breathing was the only sound I could hear. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity, the adjustment period, the way every new place feels strange before it starts to feel like home. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the paint, I realized something that made my stomach twist in a way I couldn't quite explain. The silence was not complete. There was something else. Faint. Steady. A sound just beneath the surface of the quiet, so soft that I might not have noticed it if I hadn't been paying attention. It was rhythmic, slow, coming from the wall just behind my headboard. A gentle inhale, a pause, then a low exhale, like someone sleeping, like someone just on the other side of the drywall, someone pressed up against it, listening. I sat up too fast, my pulse a sharp thud in my ears, my body rigid as I strained to hear it again. But as soon as I moved, the sound stopped, The air in the room felt colder now, the shadows in the corners stretching just a little too far. But I forced a breath into my lungs, shook my head, told myself I was being stupid. Old buildings make sounds, pipes shift, wood settles, drafts slip through unseen cracks. That was all it was. That was all it could be. Still, I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, listening, waiting, feeling the weight of the walls around me, pressing close like something alive, something waiting, something patient. And just as I started to drift, just as exhaustion pulled at the edges of my mind, I heard it again. A breath. Slow, deliberate, and closer than before. The next morning I tried to pretend that nothing had happened, that the strange noise in the wall had been nothing more than a trick of my exhausted mind, that I had imagined it in that space between wakefulness and sleep where things often blur and twist into something that is not real. But even as I went about my morning routine, brushing my teeth in the cramped bathroom with its dim, flickering light, making coffee in a kitchen that still smelled faintly of the previous tenant's cooking, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. It was not the normal kind of loneliness, the kind I had grown used to over the years, the kind that settled into the bones and made itself comfortable like an old companion. This was different. This was something else entirely. I told myself that maybe it was the knowledge that I was the only tenant in the building that made the space feel so empty, that knowing there was no one else around to fill the air with the sounds of life made every small noise seem bigger, every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, every faint whistle of wind through the unseen cracks in the windows. But I knew, deep down, that was not true. There had been footsteps last night, soft but unmistakable, pacing somewhere beyond my walls, and even now, as I stood in the middle of my apartment, I had the distinct and suffocating sense that if I were to press my ear to the drywall, if I were to stand still and truly listen, I would hear something breathing on the other side. I forced myself to leave, to get out, to push the thought from my mind. I wandered the streets without purpose, letting the hum of the city wash over me, trying to fill my head with something else, something real, something grounded. I bought groceries I did not need, walked through the park, watched people move through their days with ease, talking, laughing, living in a way that felt foreign to me now. But the moment I returned, the moment I stepped through the door and into the stillness of my apartment, it was there again. That feeling, that weight in the air, the sense that I was not returning to an empty space but to something waiting for me, something unseen, something patient. That night, I did not turn off the lights. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall, waiting, knowing that the moment I closed my eyes, the moment I allowed myself to slip into sleep, it would happen again. The breathing, the movement, the whisper of something just out of reach. And sure enough, as the hours stretched on, as exhaustion settled into my limbs and my body sagged forward, I heard it. A breath. And then, so quietly I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Let me out. I did not sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat motionless on the edge of my bed, every nerve in my body wound so tightly that I thought I might snap under the weight of my own breath, the room around me shrinking, pressing in, suffocating. The whisper had been so faint, barely more than a breath against the wall, but it had been real. I knew that with a certainty that burned in my gut, no longer something I could reason away with logic or dismiss as exhaustion twisting my senses. The air felt different now, charged, electric. The silence not just an absence of sound, but something with shape, something watching, something aware. I wanted to leave, wanted to walk out the door and never return, but my body would not move, my limbs locked in place, my thoughts tangled in the weight of the thing I could not see but could feel, always just beyond the wall, always just out of reach. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deliberate, trying to steady the trembling in my hands, telling myself that I needed proof, that I needed something tangible before I could let fear dictate my actions. I stood slowly, my legs stiff, the floor cold beneath my bare feet as I moved toward the wall, every step a battle against the part of me that screamed to stop, to turn around, to pretend none of this was happening. My fingers hovered inches from the surface, the paint faded and uneven, the texture rough against my skin as I pressed my palm flat against it, waiting, listening. At first there was nothing, only silence, only stillness. Then, just as I began to pull away, the wall moved beneath my hand. It was not a shift, not the subtle creak of settling wood, or the faint vibration of distant pipes, but something deliberate, something that pressed back against me, a slow, measured pressure, like the weight of a hand mirroring my own from the other side. My breath hitched, my pulse a sharp, stuttering beat in my throat, and before I could think, before I could react, I stumbled back, my heel catching on the edge of the rug, sending me sprawling onto the floor. The impact sent a sharp jolt through my spine, but I barely registered the pain. My gaze locked onto the wall, my breath coming in uneven gasps, waiting, watching, dreading. The room was silent again, empty, motionless, but I knew better now, knew that I was not alone, knew that something had been there, waiting in the darkness just beyond the barrier of drywall and paint, something that wanted me to know it was there. I did not sleep, I did not move. I only listened, waiting for the next breath, the next whisper, the next sign that the thing behind the wall was growing impatient. Morning came slow and gray, the light filtering through my single window weak and indifferent, barely cutting through the weight of the night that still clung to the walls, to my skin, to the hollow space behind my ribs where fear had settled like a second heartbeat. I had not slept, had not even closed my eyes, too afraid that if I did, if I allowed myself even a moment of rest, something would change, something would shift, something would step through the fragile line between my reality and whatever it was that lurked just out of reach. The silence in the apartment was unbearable, not empty but expectant, a presence I could not see but could feel, watching, waiting. I needed to get out. The air was too thick, pressing against my lungs, the walls too close, and I had to move, had to put distance between myself and the thing that had pressed its hand against mine through the wall, as if testing, as if measuring, as if trying to understand how thin the barrier between us really was. I grabbed my keys with shaking fingers, barely remembering to lock the door behind me as I stepped into the hallway, the dim yellow light buzzing overhead, flickering at uneven intervals as I forced myself to breathe, to steady my pulse, to pretend I was not running from something I did not understand. The building was silent, the way an abandoned place is silent, the air stagnant, the walls scuffed and peeling, the smell of dust and something faintly metallic settling at the back of my throat. I had known I was the only tenant here. The landlord had told me as much with that tired, indifferent shrug. But now, standing in the middle of the hallway with the flickering lights above me and the weight of the apartment behind me, I understood the truth of it. This was not a place where people lived. This was a place they left. I walked slowly toward the stairs, each step deliberate, the old wooden floor groaning under my weight, the sound echoing in the emptiness around me. The air felt colder the further I moved from my door, a chill settling over my skin that had nothing to do with temperature. And just as I reached the stairwell, just as I placed my hand on the rusted metal railing, I heard it. Footsteps, soft, slow, coming from behind me. I did not turn around. My entire body locked in place, every muscle tensed, my breath frozen in my chest as I listened, as I counted, as I tried to tell myself that it was impossible, that I was alone, that there was no one else in this building. Another step, closer now, and then a voice, quiet, barely more than a whisper, just behind my ear. You should not have left. I did not move. I did not breathe. I stood there gripping the cold metal railing, My fingers locked so tight that I could feel the rust flaking beneath my skin, feel the way my heartbeat pounded against my ribs like something trying to escape. The voice had been close, impossibly close, just behind my ear where no one should have been, where nothing should have been, and yet I had felt the breath of it against my skin, the slow, deliberate whisper curling into the space between my thoughts, settling into my bones like something that had always been there, waiting. The footsteps had stopped now, the silence stretched too thin, too fragile, as if the air around me was holding its breath just as I was, as if the thing behind me was waiting, watching, measuring the exact moment I would give in and turn around. I could feel it in the space just outside my vision, a presence thick and unmoving, something that did not shift, did not sway, did not belong in the way a person would. My skin prickled, every hair on my body standing on end, and my mind screamed at me to run, to move, to do anything but stand there as the thing behind me grew closer in the space I could not see. I forced myself to swallow, forced my lungs to expand, to pull in air that felt colder now, sharper, laced with something I could not name. My legs trembled as I willed them to take a step forward, as I told myself that if I just kept walking, if I just pretended not to hear, not to know, then maybe it would stay where it was, maybe it would let me go. My foot touched the first stair, the wood creaking beneath my weight, and for a brief, impossible moment, I thought I might make it. Then the whisper came again. Do not ignore me. A hand closed around my wrist, not warm, not human, cold, smooth, fingers pressing against my skin without grip, without pressure, just the presence of touch, just enough to make my body seize, to send a bolt of ice through my spine, to make every nerve in me scream to pull away. But I did not. I could not, because the moment I felt it, the moment its fingers made contact with mine, I understood with a certainty that burned into the back of my mind that this was not a thing I could run from, not a thing I could escape. It had followed me. It had always been there, and now it had decided that I was worth touching. The lights above me flickered once, twice, then sputtered out completely, and in the dark, I felt it lean closer. The darkness swallowed everything. The hallway, the stairwell, the cracked walls that had once surrounded me, all of it disappeared into a void so complete that I could no longer tell if my eyes were open or shut. The air grew thick, pressing in against my skin, sinking into my lungs like something alive, something that did not want to let me go. The hand on my wrist did not tighten, did not pull, did not exert force the way a person would, and yet I could feel it holding me in place, could feel its weight, its presence, its impossibility. I wanted to move. I wanted to wrench myself free and bolt down the stairs, to throw open the door and run out into the night without stopping, without looking back, without ever returning to this place. But my body would not obey. My limbs locked in place, my breath frozen in my chest, as if the thing behind me had reached inside and stolen my ability to act. I could feel its presence stretching around me, pressing close, seeping into the space between my skin and my bones. Something vast and unseen. Something too large for the tiny apartment building I had foolishly stepped into, without questioning why the rent had been so low, why no one else lived here, why the landlord had refused to meet my eyes when he handed me the key. The whisper came again, closer this time, curling through the air like smoke, wrapping around my thoughts, threading itself into the parts of my mind I could not reach, filling the silence with something that was not sound, but understanding. Let me out. The grip on my wrist vanished, the cold absence of it sending a shudder through my entire body, a release that did not feel like freedom, but invitation. I stumbled forward, my knees buckling, my palms slamming against the wall to keep myself upright, but the moment my skin made contact, I felt it. The wall shifted beneath my touch, not solid, not wood or plaster or paint, but something softer, something that gave way just slightly before pressing back, something that I had breathed. I jerked my hand away, my pulse slamming against my ribs, the air in my lungs too sharp, too thin, the darkness stretching on endlessly as I waited, as I listened, as I tried to understand what was happening, what had always been happening, what had been waiting here long before I arrived. The walls groaned softly, a low, aching sound, the kind a house makes when it settles in the cold. But this was not a house settling. This was something shifting inside it. And then, from deep within the wall, from the space that should not have been there, from the place just beyond reach, I heard it. Laughter. Muffled. Twisting. And getting closer. The laughter was wrong. Distant, yet close. Muffled yet somehow pressing against my ears from all directions. Curling into the space around me like fingers wrapping too tightly around my throat. It did not sound human. Not entirely. Something about it stretched too thin. The tone fluctuating as if whoever or whatever was making the sound had never truly learned how to laugh, had only copied the sound from somewhere else, from someone else. My skin crawled as I stumbled back from the wall, my breath shallow, my hands trembling at my sides, and though I could not see the hallway around me in the suffocating dark, I could feel it shift, could feel something behind the walls stirring, pressing outward, testing the barrier that separated its world from mine. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers numb and uncooperative as I finally pulled it free, my breath catching as I tapped the screen and let the glow cut through the darkness. The weak light illuminated only a few feet in front of me, the hallway stretching into blackness beyond its reach. But it was enough to see the wall where I had placed my hand only moments before. The paint was different now, no longer smooth and unbroken, but peeling, curling at the edges like something rotten, like something decayed. My breath hitched as I stepped forward, my fingertips brushing over the surface, feeling the way it flaked beneath my touch, as if whatever was beneath wanted to be seen, as if it had been waiting for someone to peel back the layers and reveal what had been hidden. Without thinking, without allowing myself the time to stop, to reconsider, to turn and run the way I should have, I hooked my fingers into the loosened edges of the paint and pulled. The material gave way too easily, crumbling beneath my grip, exposing not the expected wooden beams or insulation, but paper. Layers upon layers of paper, old and yellowed, brittle beneath my fingers, pressed into the wall as if they had always been part of it, as if the wall itself had been built around them. I shined the light closer, my stomach twisting, my throat tightening, because these were not just scraps, not just random pieces of forgotten material left behind by previous tenants. They were photographs, dozens of them, hundreds, all of them of me. My breath left my lungs in a violent rush, my pulse slamming against my ribs as I reached for one, my fingers shaking as I pulled it free, the edges frayed, the ink slightly faded, but there was no mistaking it. It was me, sitting on a park bench last week, drinking coffee at the cafe down the street, unlocking the door to this apartment. Moments I had lived, moments I had never noticed being captured, moments from before I had moved in, moments from before I even knew this place existed. My fingers trembled as I held the photograph, the edges curling slightly under my grip, the weight of the image pressing into my mind in a way that felt heavier than paper should ever feel, like it was sinking into me, threading itself into my thoughts where it would never leave. I did not want to look at the others, did not want to see how many there were, how many moments of my life had been stolen without my knowledge, how many times I had been watched, studied, captured by a presence I had never felt until it was too late. But I could not stop myself. My hands were moving before I could tell them not to, pulling at the peeling wall, tearing away more of the brittle layers, revealing more of the photographs pressed beneath, endless rows of them, faces staring back at me, all of them mine. Some of them were from years ago, places I barely remembered, moments so distant that even I had to strain to recall them. But the camera had not forgotten, the photographs had not faded. And that was what made my breath catch in my throat, what made my stomach twist with something deeper than fear. Whoever had taken these pictures had always been there, long before I had stepped into this apartment, long before I had ever thought to come here at all. And then I saw the last photograph. It was different from the others. It was not taken from a distance, not a stolen glimpse of my life through the eyes of someone unseen, but something closer, something impossible. The image showed me sitting on the floor exactly where I was now, my phone's weak light illuminating my face, my eyes wide and horrified, my hands covered in dust from the wall I had been tearing apart. It was me, exactly in this moment, exactly as I was now. But I had not taken this picture. And then I felt it. A shift behind the wall. Not the slow settling of an old building, not the whisper of air through unseen cracks, but something deliberate, something alive, something that had been waiting for me to reach this moment. The laughter started again, deeper now, vibrating through the walls, through the floor beneath me, rattling in my skull as I scrambled backward, my hands slipping against the dusty hardwood, my breath coming too fast, too sharp, the phone trembling in my grip as I swung the light toward the hole in the wall. And then I saw it. A pair of hands pressed against the inside of the broken wall, fingers too long, skin too pale, pressing outward, testing the space as if feeling for weakness, as if stretching, waking up. There was no face, no eyes, no mouth, but somehow I knew it was smiling. And then, slowly, impossibly, it began to crawl through. The hands pushed through the crumbling wall, the fingers curling, stretching as if testing the air, as if savoring the moment after waiting for so long, the movement slow and deliberate like it had all the time in the world. My breath locked in my throat, my pulse a violent pounding in my ears as I scrambled backward on hands and knees, the phone's light shaking wildly as I struggled to keep it pointed at the widening hole. The wall should not have had space behind it, should have been solid like any other, but the darkness spilling from it was endless, stretching deeper than the room, deeper than the building, a void that breathed and pulsed with something alive. The arms came next, too thin, the joints bending at odd angles, the skin smooth and colorless, like something unfinished, something that had not yet decided what it wanted to be. The laughter still echoed from inside the wall, curling around me, threading through my thoughts. A voice without sound, a voice I could feel more than hear, and I knew with a certainty that burned through my chest that this was not something new, not something that had just appeared. It had always been here. The thing pulled itself further through the gap, its body shifting unnaturally as it pressed forward, unfolding from the darkness like it had been waiting for the invitation, waiting for the moment I broke the wall, waiting for the moment I acknowledged that it existed. My entire body was locked in place, my muscles refusing to obey as it stretched one leg through, then another, its movements fluid, unhurried, its presence filling the room, pressing against my skin like something tangible, something cold and wrong. And then, as the last of its body emerged, as it stood before me in the dim, flickering light of my phone, it began to change. The skin that had been pale and empty started to shift, the surface rippling as if something underneath was pressing outward, trying to take shape, trying to form something familiar. I could only watch, frozen in place, as the hollow, unfinished face began to mold itself into something I recognized, something I had seen every day in mirrors and reflections and photographs pressed into a wall where they should not have been. It was taking my face. The lips stretched into a wide, impossible smile, the skin still not entirely right, the eyes too dark, too empty, but unmistakably mine. It tilted its head slightly, the way I did when studying my own reflection, the way I had done in 1,000 moments it had watched, it had studied, it had captured. Then it opened its mouth, the first sound escaping from it a breath, a whisper, a voice that was no longer just an echo of laughter, but something familiar, something perfect.
I had been waiting so long to be you. The thing stood in front of me, wearing my face, its mouth still curved into that stretched, unnatural smile, the eyes dark and empty, yet filled with something deeper than hunger, something that shimmered with the weight of understanding, as if it had always known more than I did, as if it had been waiting for this moment longer than I had been alive. My breath came shallow and unsteady, my body refusing to move, my limbs heavy, unresponsive, as if the air itself had thickened around me, pressing against my skin, dragging me down into something I could not escape. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, to do anything but sit there on the floor as it took another step closer, the weight of its presence filling every inch of space between us. But I could not even force my mouth to open, could not force sound from my throat. It crouched slowly, its head tilting in that unnatural way, watching me, studying me, its movements fluid, yet disjointed, too small, to be human, too precise, too deliberate, as if it was adjusting itself, fine-tuning the way it wore my skin. I felt something shift inside me then, a pressure at the base of my skull, a whisper curling through my mind, soft at first, then growing, threading through my thoughts, pulling at the edges of my identity like unraveling fabric. I knew with an aching, impossible certainty that it was not just taking my face, it was taking more, reaching inside me, twisting into the spaces where my memories lived, where my name existed, where everything I had ever been was stored, peeling it away layer by layer. My fingers twitched against the floor, the first movement I had been able to make since it had emerged, and for a brief, desperate moment, I thought maybe I could fight it, maybe I could push back, maybe I could force it out before it was too late. But then the whisper inside me turned into something else, something deeper, something colder, a voice that sounded exactly like mine. You do not need this anymore. The thing reached out then, its hand pressing flat against my chest. Not forceful, not painful, just firm, steady, its fingers curling slightly as the coldness spread through me, seeping into my ribs, into my lungs, threading itself into my very existence. My vision blurred at the edges, my pulse slowing, my thoughts growing distant, floating somewhere above me, unraveling further, slipping from my grasp. And then I was watching from the other side, from the darkness beyond the wall, my breath no longer my own, my hands no longer my own, my body standing while I remained trapped where it had been waiting for so long. The walls were quiet now, but in the silence, I could still hear myself laughing. The road stretched endlessly under my headlights, a black ribbon winding through the dense Virginia woods. My fingers tightened around the wheel as I checked the gas gauge, nearly empty. Perfect. The last sign I saw was miles back, half hidden by creeping ivy. Raven shade population, 1,209. I'd never heard of it, but right now, it was my only option. The gas station appeared like a relic from another time, its flickering neon sign barely holding on to life. The attendant sat slouched behind the counter, a cigarette burning low between his fingers. He didn't look up when I entered, but the bell above the door jangled too loudly, like a scream in the quiet night. I grabbed a bottle of water, some chips, and walked to the counter. "Pump 3, I said, sliding a 20 across the counter. The man's eyes lifted to mine. They were wrong. Too pale, too wide. His lips parted slightly, as if deciding whether or not to speak. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "No matter what, don't turn around." I let out a breathy laugh. "What?" His hands trembled as he pushed my change across the counter. "Just listen to me. You might hear things, feel things, but whatever you do, don't turn around." I frowned, the unease settling deep in my gut. Is this a joke?
He didn't answer. Instead, he glanced past me, over my shoulder. His pupils shrank. His throat bobbed with a thick swallow. A breeze slithered against my neck. Cold. Wrong. I turned on instinct. The store was empty. Just the rows of dusty shelves, the buzzing fluorescent lights. But for a moment, just a moment, I swore the air behind me was heavier, like something had just been there. The clerk slammed his hand on the counter, making me jump. I said, "Don't turn around." I forced a nervous laugh, backing toward the door. "All right, man. Take it easy." His breathing hitched as I stepped outside. I heard him whisper, almost desperately, "It knows you now." I didn't look back. I walked back to my car, the clerk's words gnawing at the edges of my mind, trying to root themselves deeper. The night had grown heavier, pressing down on my skin, thick and cloying like the air before a storm. The gas station's flickering neon cast erratic, dying pulses of red against my car's hood, and for the first time all night, I noticed just how empty the road was. No other cars, no movement, just me. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors out of habit, though I wasn't sure what I was trying to keep out. The uneasy chill still lingered on the back of my neck, making my skin prickle as I shoved the key into the ignition and turned. The engine rumbled to life, breaking the suffocating silence. I pulled out onto the road, tires crunching against gravel, the gas station shrinking in my rearview mirror. The highway stretched ahead in the darkness, the forest on either side a tangled wall of black trees, their branches reaching toward the sky like twisted fingers. The radio sputtered static when I tried to find a station, so I switched it off and focused on the road. I drove for what felt like forever, the road stretching endlessly ahead, a monotony of shadows and asphalt. The longer I drove, the more something gnawed at my senses, a creeping wrongness that had nothing to do with the gas station clerk's warning and everything to do with the fact that I was certain I had been driving in a straight line. But there it was, looming ahead, unmistakable, the Welcome to Ravenshade sign. My grip on the wheel tightened, my stomach twisting with unease. No, I had been heading away from town, not back toward it. It didn't make sense. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I'd taken an unmarked turn without realizing it. But the dread slithering up my spine told me otherwise. I kept driving. 15 minutes passed, then 20. The trees blurred together, the road an endless stretch of black, my headlights carving through the dark, illuminating nothing but more of the same. And then, like a cruel joke, I saw it again. Welcome to Ravenshade. A cold sweat broke out along my back. I gritted my teeth, refusing to let my mind spiral into panic. There had to be a logical explanation. I was just tired, disoriented. That was all. I turned off onto a side road, the tires skidding slightly on the gravel as I pushed forward. I just needed to find another way out. I saw movement in my rearview mirror. A shape, shifting in the back seat, just out of focus. A sharp breath behind me. I didn't turn around. I pressed my foot down on the gas, heart hammering, pulse loud in my ears. The car roared forward, the trees blurring past, but no matter how fast I drove, the feeling didn't leave. Something was in the car with me. My hands were gripping the wheel so tightly that my knuckles had gone white, and I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, refusing to glance in the mirror again, refusing to acknowledge the pressure building in my chest, the slow, deliberate weight of something watching me from behind. My breaths came shallow and uneven, but I told myself to focus, to keep driving, to get out of this place no matter what. The trees on either side of the road seemed taller now, stretching toward the sky, their blackened limbs forming a skeletal cage around me. And the more I drove, the more I realized how wrong the air inside the car felt. It was colder than before, the temperature dropping so sharply that I could see the faintest trace of my breath on the windshield.
a thin mist curling outward before vanishing into the silence. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, but I could feel it. It was no longer just the weight of something unseen, no longer just a whisper of movement in the rearview mirror. The thing in the back seat was breathing, slow and deliberate, the sound barely audible but undeniably there, so close I could almost feel it against my neck. My fingers twitched on the wheel, a deep, gut-wrenching instinct screaming at me to run, to get out, to abandon the car and bolt into the forest, even though I knew that would be worse. I didn't dare look in the mirror again, didn't dare acknowledge whatever had found its way into my car, because I knew somehow, I knew that looking would make it real. I forced myself to swallow, my throat dry and tight, and I pressed my foot down harder on the gas, watching as the speedometer inched higher, the road stretching ahead like an endless black void. The breath behind me grew louder, more ragged, like something shifting closer, pressing into the space just beyond my shoulder, and my stomach twisted with the awful realization that it wasn't just sitting there anymore. It was moving. Slowly. Deliberately. My fingers clenched so hard on the wheel that my nails dug into my palms, a sharp sting barely registering through the adrenaline surging through my veins. The edges of my vision blurred as panic set in, every instinct in my body telling me to look, to turn my head just an inch to confirm what I already knew. But I refused. I locked my jaw, forced my gaze forward, because the moment I looked, a hand slid over my shoulder. I let out a strangled gasp, my body jerking violently as ice-cold fingers curled around my shoulder blade, the grip light, almost testing. My entire body went rigid, my heart hammering so loudly I could barely hear the engine roaring beneath me, and for a long, terrible second, everything in me screamed to turn, to shove it away, to do anything but sit there as its grip tightened, but I didn't. I just kept driving. I could feel the hand on my shoulder, the fingers pressing lightly but deliberately, the weight of them sinking through my jacket, cold enough that it sent a deep ache into my bones, a numbness that spread too fast. My breath hitched in my throat, and I gritted my teeth so hard my jaw ached, forcing myself not to react, not to acknowledge that something impossibly real was sitting behind me, touching me, breathing against the side of my neck with a slow, measured rhythm that sent chills racing down my spine. My knuckles ached from the death grip I had on the steering wheel, my foot locked on the gas pedal as the car hurtled down the endless road. But no matter how fast I went, no matter how many miles should have passed beneath my tires, the darkness outside remained the same twisted trees lining the highway, their branches skeletal and unmoving as if frozen in time. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tear open the door and throw myself out, let the asphalt rip me apart, let the pain of the real world drag me back from whatever nightmare I had driven into. But the moment I even thought about moving, the fingers on my shoulder flexed, just slightly, a slow curling of something not entirely human. I clenched my teeth to keep from making a sound, every nerve in my body screaming to react. But I knew somehow, instinctively I knew that acknowledging it would be the worst thing I could do. The road stretched on, an endless loop, the headlights illuminating nothing but more of the same lifeless trees, the same cracked asphalt, the same oppressive silence pressing in around me. The radio had gone dead long ago, and even the sound of the engine felt muffled now, like I was driving through something thick, something that wasn't air, something that wanted me to feel the weight of the thing sitting behind me, wanted me to feel its presence, wanted me to break. A whisper. So quiet I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Then again, closer this time, just beside my ear. Turn around. The words were soft, barely more than a breath, but they crawled through me like ice, slipping under my skin, threading into my veins, my entire body locking up as something inside me screamed not to listen, not to obey. I kept my eyes forward, locked on the roa, refusing to let even the smallest flicker of my gaze stray toward the mirror, toward the thing waiting behind me. But the whisper came again, more insistent, a needle of sound driving straight into my skull. Turn around.
I gritted my teeth so hard I thought they might crack, my pulse hammering against my ribs, and I knew, without a doubt, that if I glanced at my reflection so much, I would not see my own face staring back. The car felt smaller now, as if the air had thickened and pressed in around me, making it harder to breathe, harder to think, harder to keep control of the wheel when my fingers were slick with sweat and my arms ached from holding so rigidly still. The road ahead remained the same, a never-ending stretch of cracked asphalt cutting through a forest that did not seem to move, the trees still frozen in place, as if they were nothing more than a painted backdrop on an old stage. The only thing that moved, the only thing that breathed, was the thing behind me, the thing that whispered with a voice like frost creeping over glass, soft and insistent, threading through my skull like something alive. Turn around. The whisper slithered into my ear again, the breath that came with it impossibly cold, leaving a sharp sting on my skin like I had just stepped into the dead of winter without a coat. My throat tightened, my fingers twitching on the wheel as my body begged me to react, to turn and shove whatever it was away from me. But I knew that would be worse. I knew that if I turned around, if I let my eyes betray me, there would be nothing left of me to pull back. I kept driving, my vision tunneling as I forced my eyes to stay forward, to focus on the endless stretch of road that refused to let me go. But something shifted in my peripheral vision, something just barely out of reach, something that had not been there before. The mirror. I had not looked at it since the moment I felt it move, since the moment I knew something else had entered the car, but now I could see the edges of it, the dull silver glint of the glass catching just enough of the dim light to reveal movement that should not have been there. My own reflection should have been staring back at me, should have been locked in place, mirroring my clenched jaw, my wide, unblinking eyes. But it wasn't. It was wrong. The angle was just slightly off, the darkness behind me too deep, stretching too far back, as if the back seat was no longer just a back seat, but something else entirely, something without an end, something that went on forever. And then my reflection blinked. I did not. My chest clenched so violently I thought my ribs might shatter from the force of my pulse hammering against them. But I did not turn. I did not move. I did not react as the thing in the mirror began to smile, slow and deliberate, lips peeling back too far, revealing teeth that were too white, too sharp, too many. The fingers on my shoulder tightened, nails pressing just slightly into my skin, not quite painful but a warning, a reminder that it was still there, that it was still waiting. Turn around. The reflection in the mirror held its grin, wide and gleaming, a crescent of two white teeth that stretched just a little too far, curving at the edges like something that had never quite learned how to be human. I could feel it watching me, its gaze burrowing into the side of my face, an unbearable pressure, an insistence that gnawed at the edges of my mind, making my muscles lock up and my throat close around the breath I could not release. My hands were shaking now, fingers gripping the wheel so tightly that the leather creaked beneath them. But no matter how much I wanted to look away, to slam my eyes shut and pretend none of this was happening, I knew that the moment I did, the moment I let my guard down, it would take that as permission. Turn around. The whisper came again, a slow exhale of breath against my ear, colder than ice, threading through the fine hairs at the nape of my neck. I clenched my teeth so hard my jaw ached, my pulse hammering in my throat, but I did not move, did not acknowledge it, did not dare give in to the thing that was slowly but surely unraveling the last shreds of my reason. The mirror flickered again, a shift in the darkness behind my reflection, something shifting in the endless void of the back seat, something that was no longer content to just sit there, waiting. It was moving now. I could not see it directly, but I could feel it, the way the air grew heavier with every passing second, the way the pressure built against my skull, as if something unseen was pressing in from all sides, testing the limits of what my mind could withstand before it cracked open like fragile glass. The road ahead remained unchanged, an endless stretch of cracked asphalt cutting through a forest that had never moved. the trees still frozen in their skeletal reach toward the sky. But it did not matter anymore. I could drive forever and it would not matter because the thing in the back seat was coming closer and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Another flicker of movement in the mirror. My reflection was not smiling anymore. Its lips had parted slightly now, its mouth stretching open just a fraction, a blackness yawning beneath its teeth, deep and empty, something hungry and waiting. The wrongness of it made my stomach clench, a nausea creeping up the back of my throat, but I swallowed it down, forced my focus to stay forward, to stay locked on the road, to pretend that none of this was happening, even as the whisper came again, closer now, pressing into my ear like something living. Turn around. I gritted my teeth, my vision tunneled, my body screaming with the need to run, to escape, but there was nowhere left to go. The road ahead stretched endlessly into the dark, my headlights carving out only a few feet of cracked asphalt before the world was swallowed by shadows. But no matter how far I drove, no matter how much I pressed down on the gas, I was still trapped in the same silent stretch of nowhere. The same lifeless trees lining the edges of my vision like frozen sentinels watching and waiting. My hands ached from the way I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles bloodless, the tendons in my arms screaming from the tension I refused to release. Because I knew the moment I let myself loosen my grip, the moment I allowed any part of me to relax, something would happen, something I would not be able to stop. The breath against my ear was slow now, patient, the whispering voice no longer urgent but knowing, as if the thing behind me had all the time in the world, as if it knew I could not escape, as if it was savoring the way my fear pulsed through my veins like something tangible, something it could taste. My reflection in the mirror had gone still, its mouth no longer stretched into that awful wrong smile, but slightly open now, its lips parted just enough to show the black space inside, a darkness that was not simply the absence of light but something deeper, something endless, something that could swallow me whole if I let it. I could not let it, but I could feel it behind me, closer now, shifting in the back seat, the weight of its presence pressing against my spine, my body instinctively trying to curl inward, to make itself smaller, to hide from something that had already found me, something that was waiting for me to slip, to break, to make one mistake so that it could finally have me. The cold that had settled over me had seeped into my bones, spreading through my limbs like slow-moving ice, making every breath feel heavier, harder, like I was sinking into something deep and impossible to escape. The road had lost all meaning now, time stretching and warping around me, the numbers on the dashboard frozen as if I had not moved at all, as if I had been stuck here for hours or maybe days or maybe longer, as if I had never left that gas station at all. The whisper came again, softer this time, almost gentle, almost coaxing, the words curling around the edges of my mind like fingers trailing over fragile glass. You are hungry. The words made no sense, but the moment they seeped into my skull, a deep, twisting nausea bloomed in my stomach, an aching hollowness curling beneath my ribs, something gnawing at me from the inside, something curling around my lungs, pressing, pushing, demanding. You are hungry, and so am I. The voice inside my head was not my own anymore, and the longer I sat there gripping the wheel with trembling fingers, the more I realized that whatever was in the back seat was not just whispering to me, not just trying to get me to turn around, but was burrowing into my thoughts, threading itself into the spaces between them like a sickness spreading through my mind. My stomach twisted with something worse than nausea, something worse than hunger, something that was not mine, something that had been planted inside me, growing, curling, reaching for something I could not name. The road was still the same, stretching endlessly ahead with no signs, no exits, no change in the landscape, just the same suffocating darkness pressing in from all sides, the same lifeless trees standing rigid and unmoving like they had never been alive to begin with. I could not look in the mirror anymore because I already knew what I would see. I already knew that my reflection was not mine, that the mouth that had once been slightly open had stretched further now, the lips peeling back, the teeth sharp, the blackness inside spreading like ink bleeding into water, widening, deepening, hungry. My breath came in uneven gasps, my fingers aching from the way I gripped the wheel, but I could not loosen them, could not move, could not do anything but sit there and feel the presence behind me shifting closer, feel the slow exhale of breath against my neck as it whispered again, softer now, more patient. You do not need your face. The words slithered through my mind like something with claws, something that scraped and tore at the edges of my reason, something that knew it was only a matter of time before I cracked, before I broke apart completely, before I gave in to whatever it was that had crawled inside me the moment I had stepped into this cursed place. The hunger in my stomach had grown sharper, deeper, a hollow ache that pulsed beneath my ribs, gnawing at me, demanding. But it was not my hunger. It was not mine. It had never been mine. The fingers on my shoulder flexed slightly, the nails pressing just enough to send a sharp sting through my skin, and I realized with a cold, sickening certainty that the thing behind me was not just waiting for me to turn around, it was waiting for me to understand. This was not just something that haunted the road, something that whispered to travelers in the dark, something that lingered in the spaces where no light could reach. This was something that needed to be seen to exist, something that could only take when it was acknowledged, something that stole not just faces but something deeper, something worse. I should have listened, because now it was not just behind me, it was inside me. The hunger inside me was growing, twisting, curling through my veins like something alive, something burrowing deep into the marrow of my bones, something gnawing at the edges of my mind until I could no longer tell where I ended and it began. My hands were still locked around the steering wheel, but they did not feel like my hands anymore. My fingers too stiff, too cold, as if the blood had drained from them entirely, as if the thing inside me was hollowing me out, carving away everything that had once been mine. My own breath felt foreign now, slow and shallow, as if I was forgetting how to inhale, how to be, how to exist as something separate from the whispering voice in my head that was no longer just words, but a presence, a weight, a knowing. The road ahead had not changed, still stretching forever into the dark, the endless void of cracked asphalt and lifeless trees that did not move, did not sway, did not belong to any world that obeyed the rules of time or space or reason. I knew then, with the kind of certainty that settles deep in your gut like a sickness, that there was no way out of this place, that I could drive forever, and I would still end up here, caught in the loop, trapped in the endless night with the thing that had been waiting for me since the moment I had turned around in the gas station, the moment I had let it see me, the moment I had let it in. The reflection in the mirror was not even trying to mimic me anymore. Its face had stretched further now, the grin carved too wide, the teeth too sharp, the darkness inside its mouth deeper than before, an abyss that did not end, something that yawned open like a wound in the fabric of the world itself. Its eyes were wrong, the whites swallowed by shadow, black pits that did not blink, did not shift, did not belong to anything human. And I knew that if I looked too long, if I let my gaze linger, I would lose myself in them entirely. My chest tightened, my throat locking around a breath I could not release, and I knew, somehow, that I had already waited too long, that this was not a thing you could escape once you had seen it, once you had felt its breath on your skin, once you had let it touch you. I blinked, and suddenly I was no longer holding the wheel. I was standing outside the gas station, staring at my car, at the shape inside it, at the thing that still wore my skin. My reflection turned its head, smiling at me through the windshield, but it was not me anymore. It had my face, but the eyes were empty, the mouth was hollow, the voice that spoke was not my own. I smiled back. The night air pressed against my skin, thick and unmoving, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe, forgot how to exist in a body that no longer felt like my own, forgot that my hands were empty now, that the wheel was no longer beneath my fingers, that my heartbeat was too slow, too distant, as if it belonged to someone else. The gas station's flickering neon light bathed the cracked pavement in uneven pulses of red and white, and my legs felt stiff as I took a single step forward, the gravel crunching beneath my heel, the sound too sharp, too real, too loud against the silence of the night. The car sat there, still running, the engine a low murmur, the headlights throwing pale beams into the road that led nowhere, but it was no longer my car because I was no longer inside it. The thing that looked like me was watching from the driver's seat, its head tilted slightly, its mouth still curled into that impossible grin, its eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made my stomach turn, but it did not move, did not blink, I'd not breathed the way a person should. My own reflection was staring at me, and for the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to be truly afraid. Not of something outside myself, not of something lurking in the dark, but of the thing that had taken my place, the thing that had slipped into my skin the moment I had made the mistake of letting it see me. I wanted to run, wanted to turn and bolt into the endless night, wanted to claw my way out of this place with bloodied hands if I had to, but my body did not move the way it should have, my limbs sluggish and unresponsive, as if the thing inside me had not just taken my face, but something deeper, something that tethered me here, something that held me in place, even as every nerve in my body screamed for me to flee. The gas station door swung open behind me, and I did not need to turn around to know who it was, did not need to see his face to recognize the weight of his presence, the smell of cigarette smoke clinging to the air like a warning. The clerk let out a slow breath, and I could feel his gaze settle on me, not with surprise, not with fear, but with something else, something colder, something knowing. His voice was quiet when he spoke, almost gentle, as if he had already known this would happen, as if he had already seen this before, as if he had already made the same mistake long ago. Another car pulled into the lot, its tires crunching against gravel, the glow of headlights washing over me, over the gas station, over the thing in the driver's seat that still wore my face. I turned to the new traveler and smiled. "Do not turn around."